Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream here with Captain Nabs. Another Pilot's Life stream today here on our Boeing 737. As you can see here with the Alaska Airlines colors, it looks absolutely beautiful there in the morning sun. The sun is just rising this morning here. We are getting ready for our return flight to Los Angeles today. So right now we're in Guadalajara, Mexico. And we are heading back to Los Angeles, LAX this morning on the next leg of our Pilot's Life career. And yeah, today we've got a functional airplane. So last time we did this stream, we did it a week ago, last Monday morning, and it was a bit of a bit of a gong show. It did not go well last week. We made it to Guadalajara in the end, but we had two separate failures along the way. So if you haven't seen it already, I encourage you to watch that last stream. It's going to be here in the Twitch channel for about one more week, and then they delete the videos after 14 days. It's also on my YouTube permanently. So for those of you that didn't watch it, didn't get a chance to catch it, go watch it. There were two separate failures throughout the last flight. We had a cabin pressurization issue, and then we had a DC bus fault, which caused a number of the screens to go blank, 3 of the 6 screens to go blank, and we actually had to land the aircraft from the right seat, which I have not done on the simulator yet. So it was definitely an interesting outing last time around, and lots of great discussion about how to handle these failures when they do come up. So I encourage you to go and watch that video if you haven't done so already. But for today, yeah, we're just going to say that we spent a couple days here in Guadalajara, and maintenance came down. They had a good look over the airplane. They found the faulty parts. They swapped some stuff out, and the airplane is fixed up. She's fully functional and ready to go again. So yeah. And one thing that would be kind of interesting, and I should probably try and do this in the future, is I should probably try to carry forward some MELs. So fail something intentionally before we even get going here, with the intention of just carrying it forward as an MEL. It's a known failure, but let's talk about the MEL procedures. Something that doesn't really come up. You usually start the sim every single time you start the sim anyways. The plane is fully functional. Hope that background noise is not too loud there, that airplane. I see there's one other airplane out here this morning in Guadalajara. You can just see him popping out there underneath our tail there, taxiing around. I think it's a Volaris flight going up to San Jose. Yeah, looks like a Volaris tail back there. So what are the odds? You know, it's not a particularly popular time on the VATSIM network right now, but we did happen to catch another aircraft just getting ready for his departure there. And we're going to get ready for our departure today. So I'm a little bit later than I had originally planned. I planned to start the stream about 10 minutes sooner than I had, but unfortunately I had a couple of things that came up this morning, and it's always the way when whenever you got something to do, people are bothering you to do other stuff. You have a plan in mind, you have a schedule in mind, and other stuff comes up. So and of course now my cat wants out of this room. So just give me 1 second. Why he's in here, we don't know. Anyways, yeah, so we're going to hop in the flight deck. We're going to get this done. Our target takeoff time is our target off the gate time is 35 after. I don't think we're going to make it. Probably not by a long shot at this point. That's just under 20 minutes from now. I don't think we're going to get that done, but we're going to try our best. So let's go ahead and hop in the flight deck, and let's just do a couple of setup things, because I did not fully set up everything in this aircraft before I started the stream, just because it took me longer than I anticipated to even get into the sim today. And fortunately, at least I did actually, I forgot to plug in my headset. It was one of those days where I managed to plug it in and it didn't crash the sim. You guys can hear me talking, so obviously the headset worked. But half the time, at least half the time, probably 75% of the time, when I plug in this headset, when the sim's already running, it crashes the sim. And that just bugs me about Microsoft Flight Simulator, that it kills the sim if you try to add a USB peripheral. And the sim just needs to be more resilient than that. Things will happen. You know, you might get a transient. Sometimes USB hubs get transient power losses. It happens all the time. And if your sim cannot handle a USB device being connected to the computer, that is a real problem on your sim. That's not on the computer. That's not on the user. That's on the sim. That sort of stuff is going to happen from time to time. Someone's going to plug in an accessory, or the accessory is going to lose a connection for a couple seconds and then come back, and it's going to be reinitialized. That should never crash a sim. Anyway, so we set up a random payload for ourselves. Looks like we got about 127 lovely people today going back to LAX. So let's go ahead. It's pretty much a full bus on this one with the dual class layout there. So pretty much a full bus today in our 737-700. So let me just There we go. Reset that. That's a little better. All right, so we're going to get this show on the road here. And let's see, what else do we need? We need external power. So we need a couple things here. So we need external power. So let's get some external power going here. Request ground power. Thank you. Let's also do some GSX stuff here. So let's request refueling because that always takes the longest.
Refueling truck is on its way.
And let's also, no jetway stairs here.
Please
there should be
load aircraft
jetway
until
stairs
the fuel
here.
truck
Really?
arrives and ask to do it.
Why is there no jetway stairs available? It's a hard stand. What is wrong with you, GSX? All right, let me just... No jetways here. Operate stairs. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it said no jetways. Yeah, operate stairs. Yes, please. We're going to need stairs, and that's good for now. And we also need to just get electrical power established here so we can go ahead and get the battery on. Go ahead and get
fuel truck is in
ground
position.
power on. And we'll just take a quick look
Please
around the
don't
flight
load
deck here.
aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do
Get
it.
our IRSs into nav. I'm pretty sure the first officer is going to redo all these checks anyways in a second here. Alright, those on and go on. Seatbelts are off. Windshield heat can go on. Packs can go to auto.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
And he's already here. Beautiful. That was fast. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up our flight plan here. Let's see here. Where am I looking? Okay, there it is. And I realize that I'm still not here, so hold on one second. Let me do that first of all. There we are. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream. And yeah, so let's go ahead and check out, see
Please
what.
Use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel
Nope,
quantity.
that's not correct. Actually, that's not the right flight plan. So let's have a quick look here, and let's just change this up to pounds. I realize that I had planned this out in kilograms because that's my default. That is my default units now because the airplanes I normally fly are normally mostly kilograms. But all right, block fuel 30,100. So let's see if we can't do this here. So 30.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired
Let's do
fuel
300 because the fueler always tends to go just a little bit above the plan. There we go, 30,300. Perfect. So he's going to fuel that. Other than that, we are just about ready to go. So we can start just making sure everything is turned on, and then we can start setting up. So let's start setting up.
Roger.
And what did I forget to do as well today? I said I was going to do it every day now. I'm going to do a different voice. So last time we did Matthias. Let's see here. Today we're going to do... let's see here. Today we're going to do Damon from New Zealand. Something a little exotic. Alright, so he's going to do the rest of this stuff. I'm going to make sure that I have this still hard muted again. Ha! And the beeping sound is gone. I wonder if they turned that off because I know that people had... Yes, there it is right there. So just look at the FS2 crew options, and they just did an update this week, and look, there it is right there at the bottom. Beep on hard mute. Yeah, so that is no longer a thing. I liked it, but I didn't, so I want to see what happens now. Yeah, and that's what I was afraid of, so we're going to get rid of that option. I kind of liked it at first, but it's very annoying on the stream here. What I had done last stream, and some of you guys hopefully saw that, I had changed it to a cough sound. Someone had suggested that. It was actually really good. It was really subtle, so I changed it. There's a cough sound that's in the same folder. You just simply make a copy of the file, rename it to the same, the same file name as the beep, and instead of beeping, and when it plays the file, it coughs every time. It's a lot more subtle. I really, really, really liked it. That was a really smart little tweak somebody suggested, so, and it was, yeah, it was so subtle that you didn't barely even notice it, but it was there, and it was a good confirmation that, yeah, you've swapped the hard mute on and off. The only trouble with the hard mute is that it only swaps when on and off when you press the hotkey, and Microsoft Flight Simulator is the active focused window. If you're focused on anything else, if you've got the browser window up front or something and you press it, it does nothing. So Flight Simulator has to be the active window for it to work. So sometimes you do it thinking you press the button, but there was some other active window that you were playing with. So anyways, let's get this flight underway here because we don't have very long to get this thing going here. So we've got the fuel is happening now. We've got the aircraft is powered up. The FO is going to go out and do the walk around in a second here. And what do I have to do here? Oh, I have to do menu, don't I? That's what I have to do. And let's actually, just before I even do that, although I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, I'm just going to double check that the failures have been, yeah, we have no active failures. So the maintenance did come and repair our aircraft after our last flight. So we've got a 737-700. We've got a good database and position initialization. We're going to go to page 2, next page, and we're going to grab either GPS. It doesn't matter which one, they should basically match. It'd certainly be close enough that we can do the initialization from either one. All right. And now he is starting his overhead flow. He's going to start doing all those checks that I just did, making sure that everything is done, and then he's going to go out and do the walk around. So in the meantime, we're going to start setting up here. So we got a flight plan today, Guadalajara, which is Mike Golf Lima, up to KLAX, and hopefully when we arrive in Los Angeles this time, it's not going to completely kill our frame rate. Last time we did this, the frame rate completely died when I got to Los Angeles. I think it was I think it was SimToolkit Pro that actually did it. As soon as I closed SimToolkit Pro, it suddenly seemed to kind of go back to a normal frame rate. So I think that was what did it. For some reason on the arrival in Los Angeles, just brought me down to like 2 frames per second. It was untenable. It was ridiculous. I couldn't even believe it. And the funny thing was, it wasn't the computer as a whole. It was just the sim. Like I watched the stream afterwards, and you could see me, and I was moving around on the screen, and I looked normal before the screen. It was just the sim had completely gone and pretty much crashed. So here's hoping that doesn't happen today when we get to Los Angeles. So let's check the weather today in Guadalajara. So first of all, Guadalajara is winds calm, 6 miles scattered 30,000. So it looks like this guy departed 29. I'm going to go with the same thing, departing 29. And let's see here. Where's my flight plan? Come back for your flight plan. Where are you? Here we are. All right, there's our flight plan. And so what I'll do is I'll pull up my tablet just so that I can type while you guys can still see the flight plan here. G. Cook, Scotland, good morning. Nice to see you. Welcome back. We're going to have a nice flight today, hopefully uneventful, but I will follow my same old rule that if I do get enough people on stream, target is at least 10 people watching. If I can get 10 people watching at the same time, then we'll start failing some stuff. We'll start triggering the failure rate in this thing here. Actually, that reminds me, for now, I want that failure rate low. So I imagine it probably stuck through from last time. All systems, random. 0 events per 10 hours, random. So I'm going to put it to 1 event for 10 hours right now. 1 event per 10 hours. So something might happen, but if we get enough people watching the stream, last time we got rated and we got a whole ton of people watching. If we can get at least 10 people watching, I will bump that up to probably 10 per hour. And if we get even more than that, I'll keep bumping it up just to trigger something. As much as I would like to have an uneventful flight, it is very interesting, I think, on stream to have an eventful flight. So the last time, like I said, like last week when we did it and I triggered a failure, it was a really interesting failure. Travis made the joke that, oh, it's always just a light bulb that the NTG fails on you. Well, no, we lost the DC main bus, or the DC standby bus, which killed 1, 2, 3 screens. So we had to fly it from the right seat. We lost half the screens up front. It was definitely took me a little while to diagnose, a little tough while to think about what to do. So it was a really good failure in so many ways because of the just the thought process that had to go on behind it. So anyways, let's get this flight plan in there. Since we're supposed to do the GDL1 Bravo departure off 29. So next page, GDL1 Bravo, there we go. And from there, we're going to go direct to a place called Sedem. So S-E-D-E-M. S-E-D-E-M. UJ3. UJ3. Oh, and there's 2 of them. So I'm going to guess it's going to be the one at West 21, or North 21, West of 103. Yeah, North 21 should be pretty close to where we are here. UJ3, Lima Mike. and UT8. And I know you can do the shortcut. And like I could do UT8 and then I could type in Jet 93 without typing in the waypoint.
Check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Yes.
Thanks.
Boarding requested. Do you want to board crew? Crew bus is coming.
Crew bus is coming. Thank you. She's so pleasant. So yeah, so as I was saying, I know you can do this in the Boeing FMS where you could just put in the airways directly without the linking point and it will automatically calculate the link point. The only trouble is if there's more than one point that links the airway, links two airways, you might get the wrong point. And then it's a bear to get it back out of there. So this time it looked like it worked, Jet 93 to PPE, and then that's the end of the airways anyways. So Asuda. And I did not know that you could actually do this on the bus as well. I only just recently learned that you could do that on the bus. I had no idea. There's so much built into these FMSs. All right, direct to Suda, and then there's no arrival. It's just 24 right in LAX. So I'm going to do this for now. And I'm just going to put in arrival. I want to say it's going to be 25 left, really. I believe that's the south runway. So I'm going to just execute that for now without a transition. Once we get underway, we've got about a 3-hour flight. We'll have lots of time to sort of sort through it and make sure, see what happens. I just want to go through here and say, yeah, there is a discount after Asuda to Honda. So that's a long way out there. I'm not too worried about it at this point. We will get to it when we get to what am I trying to say here? We will get to it when we get underway here. So let's just focus on getting this aircraft off the gate on time if we can do it here. So what's this estimate? This estimated 185 people. That's a bit much for the 700. Did this default back to a 320 or something? I think it did. Hold on. They're only 737-900. Okay. So probably lugging way more fuel than we need to for this flight. That's what happens when you're in a rush in the morning when you don't have much time left for the flight planning, and really the flight planning should be something you should be able to focus on. So anyways, we're gonna put 143.2 for the ZFW, although it's probably out of limits on this airplane. Yeah, it's way out of limits on this airplane. Okay, let's recalculate this flight plan one more time with the correct aircraft type. So the only trouble is that with these automatic links to sim brief is that they'll often populate the airplane. So a pilot's life populates the airplane for you automatically. Just make sure everything else stayed the same. Nope, that also disappeared somehow. And 30 minutes of extra fuel, and it went away to 0.
Your crew has boarded.
That doesn't help either. 290 MMGL-KLAX. Okay, I think that's all good. All right, so let's generate that one. And we might have to actually cut back on the fuel. Call the fuel guy and say, hey, we probably need less fuel. Yeah, we only need like 23,000. So go call the guy and say, dispatch made a mistake. If you're not done already, 24,000 pounds of fuel is what we're supposed to have. All right, there we go. That's a little better. And then we can put in a more realistic ZFW from our flight plan one last time here. So ZFW here on this flight plan is now looking like...
Passengers boarding starting.
And I didn't fix the passenger numbers. 104.1. That's... Oh, for crying out loud. 104.1. ZFW. Reserves. Final plus alternate is 5.5. Cost index today is up at 23. If we have some extra fuel, maybe we can go a little faster, try and make up time on the way back. Average wind 269 at 68. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put in the altitude, sorry. Altitude 38.
No issues on the walk around.
Thank you.
Checked.
Alright. So that's all good. Yeah, N1 limit. And again, go to my handy performance calculator. I can't wait to get this EFB going. I cannot wait to get this EFB going. Alright, let's just check it out here. 737-700. Calculate this up real quick. So we are at MMGL, assuming runway 2829 for departure. Winds 010 at 0. And the temperature and altimeter. So temperature's 8. I didn't even notice that the FMS or the METAR is swearing at us here. 12 degrees and 3016, and it's FU. 12 degrees, 3016. And takeoff weight today, estimated takeoff weight, it's going to be higher than that. I'm going to say, I'll do 132,000. Kilograms, or should be pounds, not kilograms. Alright, so for flap 5, it's giving me numbers here for flap 5. Takeoff flex 46, no D rate, but flex 46, and flaps 5. CFG will auto-populate, that's at 23%. It's giving me 121, 124, 133. We'll probably overwrite those with the default values when we get going here.
Here's the fuel slip.
Thanks.
Welcome. Have a nice flight.
Alright, and with that, our box is all set up and ready to go. So let's just do the one thing here and just copy up that 133 to the speed window. Alright, and let's just have a quick little overhead scan here and make sure that everything is where it needs to be. So he's done the overhead scan. I'm just going to do a recheck of his overhead scan, make sure everything is centered on. Alright, and we'll say fueling's done, so the seat belts can go on. Let's get the ignition switched, windshield wipers are on, ATS off, hydraulics are set. Looks like they're loading right now. I'd like to go and look at the loading, but I also want to get this all done here. Probably get this APU started here in a minute or so. Looks like he's set up pretty much everything. Did they finish boarding? Maybe they already finished boarding. Last time they needed like 3 bus loads to get everybody on board, but maybe they're done boarding already. Possibly. Alright, let's see here. I don't have an altitude just yet. We're going to pull out the charts in a moment. Let's just make sure the rest of this stuff is happy here. We do have RTO. We do have a sufficient oil quantity and a sufficient hydraulic quantity. Alright, I believe that'll go away once we actually put some hydraulics to the brakes here. Come back to that in a few minutes here. Let's just make sure everything is working just fine today. Brakes, I guess we're going to need at some point. Didn't realize my flaps were in the down position, probably from my last flight. Alright, just gonna set a generic 2000 on here. Alright, we could test the rudder trim, test the aileron trim as well. It's a little hard to see sometimes what the aileron trim is doing. See, and that's the other thing too, is if it's in the down position, it doesn't do anything. I don't normally do this, but you really are supposed to test the aileron trim and the rudder trim, make sure they're centered as well. Make sure the trims move, make sure they're centered. There we go, that'll work better. Alright, and I think we're just about ready to start talking about our departure. So let's just pull up our charts today and go through the box, and then we'll be ready to start talking about our departure. Alright, so MMGL, departing runway 29, Gold GDL 1 Bravo. So let's just open. Just want to show me the chart that way. Alright, fine. Show it to me this way. Departures runway 29. And I think that's it. GDL 1 Bravo is on here. There we go. GDL 1 Bravo is on here. So it looks like it's a circle overhead the field kind of deal here. Guadalajara 1 Bravo. So climb via the Guadalajara radial 288-7 DME or 6800 in case of DME failure. Then left turn within 10 miles to the GDL VOR and cross according to the minimum crossing altitude or ATC instructions. So we take off, we turn right, we turn left back towards Guadalajara at 7 DME or 6800 feet. And then once we're over at the VOR, then we continue on course. So that's why it's got this little loopy doodly here. It actually seems like a very inefficient departure. Can't we do something better? And the first fix out is Sedum. So we go back to GDL and then off to Sedum. And there's Sedum is not an official transition off of this, so it really is kind of putting us in like an awkward spot. So we don't know. Like I guess we'll have to climb to the sector altitude. What was the hold on? What was the airway here? UJ3. Is UJ3 on my list here at all? It's not really, is it? No. I just and this is the trouble. Like I take what SimBrief offers. Sometimes it's not offering the smartest things in the world, things that don't actually match what's out there. So yeah, what we probably should do is do ticket and then do Sedum, because then if we do that, if we do ticket and then we do Sedum, we can do. See, and I feel like that's what ATC would want you to do as well. They don't want you to circle overhead the field necessarily. They'd want you to go out via like ticket or even UJ3 actually. It is there, UJ3. So we could do the TILA transition. Would actually be smarter. I'm sure we have the performance to do this. TILA 1. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make this departure a little bit smarter here. I have no doubt the 737 can do this, so let's do that. Let's do departure. Let's change the transition here to the departure to the TILA. TILA 1 off of 29, and that'll get us turned on course much faster here. So we go out to AF034. AF035, Delta 30, and then TILA. And from there we can go direct to Sedum. It's all on the UJ3 airway. So straight ahead, AF34, AF35, and then out the DME arc. And if I do let's see if I just zoom this out a little bit here, you can see that there's the arc. So we go out, make the right turn and back. So 13 DME, we turn out to intercept the 16 DME arc, and away we go. All right, that seems much more sensible anyways, and much more direct and a lot more efficient for ATC and for us. So we changed our departure slightly. That looks much better. Do we have a top altitude at all associated with this? We do not have any top altitudes on this star. Transition is 18,500. So let's just go into let's see here, climb. Nope. I know there's a way to change the transition. There it is, 18,500 for the transition. And for the top altitude, well, we're going to use at least 10,000 since that, we'll use 12,000 since that's the safe altitude there, the 100 safe altitude. So we'll use 12,000 as our initial climb height. That'll get us safely on course, and then we can go. Then we can head out towards the northwest there. All right, so we got that the heading 288 off the runway. All right, so now I think we got a plan here. This makes more sense after having actually looked at these charts here. This is the trouble with going to airports you don't know about, and my dispatcher obviously didn't know anything about this airport, so let's go ahead and get this going here. Full LNAV, VNAV departure, love it, perfect, okay. All right, are we ready? Pre-flight checklist.
Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Tested 100%. Navigation transfer and display switches. Normal auto. Window heat. On. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments.
Heading 013, altimeter 3016. Altimeter 3016.
Heading 013. Altimeter 3016. Park brake.
Set.
Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Pre-flight checklist complete.
Are you ready for the departure briefing?
Go ahead.
All right, so again, we are starting out here. Shouldn't have closed this, I guess. We're starting out here at gate 13, hard stand parking here in Guadalajara. And actually, before we do anything else, I just want to start that APU up here, because otherwise we're never going to get out of here. So we're at gate 13 here in Guadalajara. We're going to taxi out for departure runway 29er. It's a pretty straightforward taxi here. We're going to turn around, tail to the west, and just probably go out Alpha 4, Alpha 1 to get to runway 29. And the departure today, so we've switched it up, and ATC has approved it since there's no ATC online yet, I believe. Nope, blank. So they've approved us for the TILA. The TILA 1 departure out of Guadalajara here on page 10-3 Alpha. So the TILA 1 is climb via the GDL Guadalajara 288 radial to 13 DME, then a right turn and proceed on the 16 DME arc to intercept the corresponding radial from GDL VOR to Goyas or TILA, and continue on the assigned route or ATC instructions. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go to 13 DME, right turn, follow the 16 DME arc, and then make a left turn out to TILA from that arc, which is on the 308 radial. There's no top altitudes. The minimum crossing altitude for... do we have UJ3 on here at all? We do have UJ3 on here. Minimum crossing altitude for Mike Zulu Tango is 8,100. So we'll make sure we're going to climb up 12,000. I'm sure we're not going to have a problem. And our cruise is 38, I think it was, or 36. So yeah, we should have no problem clearing that terrain. Even if the engine fails, I don't anticipate we're going to have a problem clearing the terrain. It is generally less terrain to the north. To the south is the higher terrain. The MSA all sectors is 9,900 feet. Yeah, so terrain is a big issue here, mostly to the south. What we can do is, of course, we can get the terrain on here so that we have it ready to go. There we go. That's a little nicer to look at. Weather is not much of an issue today. Operational, let's just have a quick look. So the aircraft, we look through the logbook. It's clean aircraft. Nothing failed on this thing today. And going down to the NOTAMs here. Obstruction heights, stands closed, runway 0220, okay, useful only as aircraft, okay, so that's fine, so nothing's going to affect our departure. Yeah, so we're going to fly it with all the available automation with full nav mode. The only thing I'm going to do right now also is get in that Guadalajara VOR, which, again, I keep closing this chart, and I really want to keep it open. I want to get that Guadalajara VOR so that we can also just track that the FMS is doing things properly on that VOR. So GDL is 117.3, so let's just make sure we've got that up. 17.3, and initially we're supposed to do the outbound course is supposed to be 288. So we can verify that everything's going correctly, and if we lose the FMS for any reason, we can still fly the departure 100% correctly using the old-fashioned instruments. So set course on your side, 288.
288 set.
Any questions?
No questions.
All right, so we got fuel ticket, I would hope by now. Well, I think we're all fully fueled here. We got 24,100. We got the APU is up and running here, so let's get the APU generator on the bus. Tell the ground guys that you are clear to disconnect the GPU, and we can probably call them, tell them we're ready for pushback and departure. So let's do, since you've got this up here, ground services, I'm just going to go ahead and say just remove everything, chocks and all. And we'll call over that tug, and we'll get out of here. All right. Not too bad. We're about 15 minutes behind schedule, so we do a quick little PA for our people. Just tell them. Just tell them, ladies and gentlemen,
Hey
welcome
guys,
aboard
all
Alaska.
packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Thanks. It will be a short taxi.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
All right. Yeah. So, I was just gonna say. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. I'd like to welcome everybody on board Flight Alaska 290, service to Los Angeles. We're just closing up all the doors here. Apologize, we're a little bit behind schedule here due to some technical issues early in the day. We are going to do our best to make up some time once we do get en route today. We are looking at a flight time today, about 3 hours and 5 minutes on our way to Los Angeles. So total time gate to gate is estimated to be about 3 hours and 33 minutes. Like I said, if we can take any shortcuts to make up some time, we'll talk to ATC and do what we can to get you as close as possible to an on-time arrival in Los Angeles. And the weather in Los Angeles this morning, it's a little bit foggy this morning. We're hoping that'll lift as the day goes on. And temperature right now is temperature right now in Los Angeles is 13 degrees. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome on board. All right, right from the flight deck. Brakes are set, communication is checked, and we're going to be cleared to push tail left momentarily here. We're just going to get the checklist out of the way. Just give us one moment. And so nobody's out there. We are just about ready to push back here from Guadalajara. It's funny how, like, this was the gate that was assigned by on FlightAware to this aircraft. It's funny. It's the first gate of hard stand. Have like a dozen jet bridges here. Nobody using them. And instead, this is the gate we got. What are you going to do, right? I didn't know that. I'd never been to Guadalajara before, so I didn't know what gates were good or not. Before start checklist.
Before start checklist. Flight deck door closed and locked. MCP.
Speed 133, heading 288, altitude 12,000. Altitude 12,000.
Takeoff speeds.
And actually, stand by, buddy. We just got updated load final, so let's do it this way. So you probably get these, most of the cases you get them by ACARs, either printing off the printer or on the screen here. So let's just have a quick look here. So the actual ZFW for today is 120.3, so quite a bit heavier than planned. So we will probably need some revised takeoff numbers here, because this is putting our takeoff weight up to 144,600. So that's 12,000 pounds over what I had planned. So let's just really quickly do a revision here. 144,600. Flaps 5 is still totally doable. But we are going to need roll the D rate back down to 36. Yeah, takeoff speed's deleted, that's fine. And 130, 133, 140 is what I've got here. 130, 133, and 140. I'm hoping that PFVG gets us this EFVC. There we go. V1 130, VR 133, V2 140.
CDU pre-flight.
Completed. Complete. Completed.
Rudder and aileron trim.
Free and 0.
Taxi and takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Anti-collision light on. Before start checklist complete.
All right. I think we're ready to go here. All right, and let's just get that trim setting in there as well. 5.85. So just before I have a chance to forget, let's get 5.85 dialed in there. All right, and we're ready, good to go. So, running. Brakes are off, ready for pushback lane. Start to advise. He's very quiet. I didn't hear half what he said.
Clear right.
Start sequence is 1, then 2.
Check.
Start engine 1.
Starting engine 1.
And one thing I forgot to do was check and make sure that this is connected. I did run a UFS UIPC, so
Checked.
we do have the proper
Oil
connection.
pressure.
So it is going to track my flight, because that's one thing I've missed it more than once in this career, where I've done a whole stream and didn't start FS UIPC, so the tracking did not work. There's 25%. Valves go open. Got fuel flow. We got light off. All right, oil pressure's rising. Everything is coming up nicely. It is a beautiful looking scenery here, and a beautiful little misty morning. It looks like a great day to go flying. All right, looks like it's just about good there.
Starter kit out. Number 1 stable.
Start engine 2.
Starting engine 2.
Brakes are set, confirm the pins are moved.
We have a good engine.
Oil pressure.
You can disconnect.
Set, fuel flow. GT rise. That's actually a really nice airport. I'm gonna have to come back and visit this a couple more times now, I think.
Starter kit out.
Alright, just start cutout. There goes our little tug.
Number 2 stable.
Thank you. Thank you. Flaps 5. Flight control check.
Ready.
Full left. Full right. Center. Full up. Full down. Center. Full left. Full right. At some point that moved again. Center. Flight control check complete. Before taxi checklist.
Forward taxi checklist. Generators on. Probe heat on. Anti-ice off. Isolation valve auto. Engine start switches continuous. Recall.
Checked.
Checked. Auto brake. RTO. Engine start levers.
Idle detent.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Removed. Clear.
Clear. Forward taxi checklist complete.
Clear on the left.
Clear right.
Alright, here we go. About 20 something minutes behind schedule, but so be it. Guadalajara traffic. Alaska 290 is on the apron. We'll be taxiing for departure runway 29er. A lot of detail, but the frame rate is still fantastic at this airport. Alright, quick brake check. And we're underway. I believe this is leg 7 of season 9 of A Pilot's Life. It is. I'm having a lot of fun, kind of exploring different airports with you guys. As much, I kind of enjoy that more than going to the same old airports. Although unfamiliarity is not always a good thing, it does tend to keep you on your toes a little bit more too, because you're not familiar and you know you're not familiar. You tend to be on your toes. The places where you've been before, going to Los Angeles and you know, going to Los Angeles or New York, places I've been many times, I'm really not on my toes for that. I expect it. I know what it's like. It's when you go to these other places that you've never been to before. Guadalajara, Mexico. I've never been to Guadalajara, Mexico before. You pay more attention to the charts, to the NOTAMs, everything, because you don't know the airport. You're not familiar with it. I also thought that was really interesting there. A little bit of checklist complacency crept in there. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I did check their trim supposedly. I looked over and it said rudder 0. And then I kind of looked and and I kind of looked at it, but I didn't really look carefully. What I was looking more for was that I set the switches back to neutral, but apparently at some point I did actually move that rudder trim a fair bit. Why it didn't center, at least I found it in flight control
thanks.
checks.
Captain, the cabin is secure.
Roger. And we didn't already get it on. Taxi light on. Yeah, he got it on. He's good. He's good. My iPhone knows what he's doing. I feel like the ground texture over here could have used a little bit of work. The buildings are really nice. The apron's really nice. The detail's fantastic, but they could have kind of, just looking over here, the ground texture's still a little bit basic for the airport. Could have done something there either. Throw some grass texture on there, or just throw a little bit higher res texture on there. But I certainly feel like I'm getting the overall feel for this airport. I feel like it is pulling to the left a little bit here. I don't think it's quite centered all the way. Let's try that. Yeah, it's still pulling ever so slightly left, but it's definitely closer to center than it was before. I think it's more or less centered. I'm not going to mess with it too much more at this point. Before takeoff checklist.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps.
Flaps 5 green light.
Stabilizer trim.
5.9 units.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Alright, away we go. Kind of taxiing slower before just to give everybody a chance to get ready and secure. Now that the cabin's secure, we're ready to go. There's no point going slow anymore. Although that being said, we are coming up to the end of the runway here. You're going to have to make that turn momentarily. Guadalajara traffic, Alaska 290, taking position runway 29er for departure, northwestbound Tila 1 departure. Clear left.
Clear right.
Runway entry procedure.
Okay. Cabin crew, take your seats. Clear on the approach. Ready to go.
gotta do it. Static takeoff, not static, but ignition static.
Roger.
Takeoff.
Thrust set.
knots.
80 knots. V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Positive rate of climb.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up. feet.
LNAV. VNAV speed.
Checked.
I guess it helps if I move that knob now, doesn't it?
Checked.
N1.
Checked.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Autopilot on. Flaps 1 set.
Flaps up.
Speed checked. Flaps up set.
Gonna keep the speed back right now for the initial departure, just to help make sure we clear all this terrain out here, because there is a lot of it out here. Let's keep that climb going for at least another couple thousand feet here. After takeoff checklist.
After takeoff checklist. Engine bleeds. On. Packs. Auto. Landing gear. Up and off. Flaps. Up. No lines. After takeoff checklist completed.
Notice
Ready to
how
release the cabin crew?
No thanks.
Okay.
Notice how this time I verified that he did have the packs on auto, since the last time that was our failure that led to our pressurization issue, was just the fact we never turned the packs on. Idiotic. Completely idiotic. Alright, so there's GDO.
10,000.
There's 10,000 feet. Looks like we cleared most of the terrain. I'll give it 250 for now. Get a little bit of acceleration going on here. Just
Happy
finish
to
up.
release the cabin?
Go for it.
Okay.
Okay, all pushy about getting this cabin released, isn't he?
Portable electronic devices may now be used, with the exception of TVs, radios, two-way transmitters, or any other device in the transmit mode, as these devices may interfere with the aircraft's communication and navigation systems.
Definitely some higher terrain out there.
1,000 to level.
I guess we could do higher altitude. We said 38 for cruise, I believe, right? I've honestly already forgotten. We set up here. We said 38 from there, so yeah, it's 38 for cruise. Which is great. The 38,000 feet is set for the cruise. There's the 13 DME, so we're commencing that first turn onto the arc. Just finish these turns and then we'll accelerate. Seems like everything's going well with the departure so far, but whenever the procedure is definitely a little bit complicated, you want to focus on it. probably above 10,000 to sort of relax, but especially here, 10,000 here is really only 5,000 because the field is already at 5,000. So just want to focus and make sure that this airplane is climbing properly. It is going to make this turn here, make this intercept, and then we'll accelerate once we get past this intercept here. It's not so bad when it's a beautiful day too, but when it's IMC and you know there's terrain out there, that's always unnerving as well, when you can't see the terrain. It's one thing when you can see the terrain, and if worst comes to worst, you can do something in turn to avoid it, but when you can't see the terrain, then it starts to get a little bit worrisome, to say the least. Alright. So turn back to the left for the outbound leg. Keep the speed back just to help keep the turn a little sharper here. Setting that inbound course. And we can roll it back course level. Alright. Yeah, I'm just going to overshoot that turn. Take away the speed intervention and let it accelerate now. 305 is the target speed for the climb now. That's alright. Didn't miss much, just the takeoff. Try not to hit terrain. It really wasn't too bad at all, but nevertheless, it's always a little bit unnerving until you're sure you're safely clear of it. So there we go. Turn back on course here. We're accelerating now to cruise. And we're coming up towards transition, which is 18,500 here. So it's making a very special point with that because I'm so used to a transition of 18,000 that it really kind of requires some special attention and focus on my part to do something different on standard. But that's also just all part of the challenge. Alright, and then it's a 308 radial I believe we're supposed to be on now here, so 308 should get me, should be outbound this VOR pretty precisely. Yeah, like that, perfect. There's 18,500. Transition set standard.
Standard set. Passing flight level 189. Now.
Close enough. Within like 20 feet. Alright, we are underway. Hooray! Seemed like it took a little longer than I'd liked for that to get going, and sometimes it does. Sometimes it's just the way it works, and then yeah, I had a couple things kind of again crop up, and it always seems that way. No matter how much time I seem to give myself in the morning before the start of a stream, I never seem to be able to start it on time. There's always just one more thing I've got to do. Whether it be feeding the animals or getting the making sure you have a nice piping hot cup of coffee ready to go. Because what good is flying without coffee? But yeah. So let's have a quick look here. So we're showing LAX at 1704 Zulu. So that's a little bit behind schedule. Let's see here. Let's pull up the flight plan here. And so the target was to arrive in Los Angeles at, actually the sched is 1710. And if we're going to land at 1704, that's actually not bad. That's pretty much on schedule. 6 minutes to get to the gate, yeah, it's pretty within reason. I might be able to bump up this cost index a little bit. So we got quite a bit of fuel still in the tanks when we get to Los Angeles 9.0. So let's go ahead and just bump this cost index up maybe to about 40 and see if that gets us even just about 5 more minutes. And just to sort of give us a fighting chance to get to the gate on time. And I think because Alaska Park's on the south side, we're likely to land on the south side, that's probably not going to be an issue. And I bought us another 2 more minutes. I'm going to just see if I can buy us even 2 more minutes. So let's do cost index of 60 and see where that puts it. 60, execute. Yeah, execute. Give it a second to think about that one. That gets us 1708.9. That only costs us 100 kilos to make up that 4 minutes. I think if we aim for a target landing 1700, I think we should be easily able to make the gate by 1710. So I think that's going to work out just fine. All right, looks like we're underway there. We're trying to make this flight as professional as possible today, so we'll try and get the proper fuel checks in, do an RBSM check, all that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to kick up the professionalism a notch here. So while we're at it here as well, we've gone through 10,000 feet. So he did get the seatbelts off. Let's just check the pressurization today. So the pressurization differential's up to 6, the cabin's up to sitting at around 6, and the climbing very slightly. So it's obviously well under control today, no pressurization issues. And let's get guard up on number 2, because you should always be listening out on guard for mayday calls, or just in case you missed a handoff from ATC, which is the more common use of the guard frequency most of the time. By monitoring the guard frequency and everybody monitoring the guard frequency, if there's a if somebody missed a handoff from ATC, if everybody's listening to this frequency, then ATC can call them on this frequency. So you always try and listen on that guard frequency 21.5 on your number 2 radio. If you got something else to do, obviously, if you've got to call company, to request something for arrival or departure, or call in your times or whatever, then that's fine. But if 99% of the time when you're not doing anything else, you're monitoring that frequency, you're going to save yourself a lot of headaches when you miss a frequency change, and it will happen from time to time. We're only human. It could be the pilot's error if they get engaged in a good conversation. They're not really listening very close to the radio and they miss a couple of calls. But it's also possible that ATC does it as well. ATC will trigger a handoff on the radar screen and the target will flash, and then when it gets accepted, it'll change color. But oftentimes, just because the handoff's been accepted on the scope, if the controller's busy doing something else, it's not a desperate need for them to immediately change the aircraft to the next frequency. Usually, you got a couple of minutes of margin on that, so they may finish up their current task and then forget about you. And so you'll just slowly disappear off the screen to one side, then your target's gone, and you were never told to change frequency, and then you get out of range of the original controller. The new controller's like, this guy's not calling me, what's going on? So, it could be ATC, it could be pilots. It doesn't matter whose fault it is really at the end of the day, but by being on the guard frequency, the next controller can just start paging you on that frequency. Hey, Alaska 290, are you up? If so, call me on this frequency. I get you switched over. So, and it happens with an amazing amount of regularity. But when you think about the number of thousands of airplanes flying every day, minor little mistakes like this, and again, the key is like this kind of mistake is generally, especially in the en route environment, is a pretty benign mistake. So the risk factor is so low that it's not something that anyone really looks upon it as something we really need to take a whole lot more steps to mitigate. There's whenever there's a risk identified in an SMS program, in a safety management system program at an airline, they usually do a risk assessment on every report that comes in, and they'll assess it on 2 key factors. They'll assess it on what is the likelihood of this event occurring, and if it's an SMS, that obviously the event happened once, but they'll look at it. What is the likelihood of this event reoccurring? And they'll rate it on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being it'll never happen, and 5 being it's going to happen 100% today. 3 is like it could happen periodically, a couple times a month it might happen. And then the other spectrum they look at is what is the likely severity of this event. So again, rated on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being non-event, no impact to safety, no impact to no impact to life or property or anything like that, versus 5 is a catastrophic accident / loss of life. And so they look at a matrix that compares these 2 values, and if something is very unlikely to happen but it is catastrophic, then they are going to do an investigation. If something is likely to have a small impact but it happens on a regular basis, they'll do an investigation. But if something is extremely unlikely and also is unlikely to cause any impact, any measurable impact, then they will probably do an investigation on it, just because it's a matter of prioritization of resources. If there's no great risk, it's not that there's no point doing an investigation, but it's a prioritization of resources. Every airline has a safety department. The safety departments are only so big. They get more reports every year than they can ever deal with at the end of the day. So they prioritize. They say what is going to have the most impact. If something's, if a report is filed about something that really doesn't have a material impact on safety ever, then we're probably not going to investigate it, because we have too many other things that probably will have an impact on safety that we have to investigate. So they look at these 2 things and they kind of compare them and say, what is what is the likely impact, and what is the likelihood that that these resources that we're going to invest into investigation is going to have any benefit whatsoever. If we're talking about, I'm just trying to think of examples. Types of things that would have a minimal to no impact. And yeah, I mean, I guess the perfect example really was the guard frequency change. At the end of the day, the odds of any kind of major fallout of a missed frequency change are practically zero. You know, the odds of a mid-air collision in the best of times are almost nil. We have the TCAS system on board every airplane, so at the end of the day, a miscommunication, especially in the en route environment, a missed frequency handoff in the en route environment, has really nil impact on the safety of flight. So it's the kind of thing that no one's going to investigate, just because there's probably other things that will have a bigger impact. You know, whether it be you know, maybe loading issues. You know, where we're getting the wrong numbers all the time, and this could material impact safety because we may not be using the correct takeoff performance. We may be underperforming on the takeoff because we think we're lighter than we actually are. You know, maintenance, if there's too many constant maintenance items that are being deferred instead of fixed, that might be something that a pilot might raise as an SMS. It's like, we need to actually fix these items instead of just simply putting a band-aid on them and hoping that the boo-boo does not come back. But you know, if a system's broken in an airplane, just sitting there and signing it off and deferring it, it's probably not going to fix it. You know, but it could be things more serious, like an SOP that is perhaps ambiguous, or perhaps might lead you down the wrong path. And it's funny because we were talking about this the other day, that you know, in the operations manual at our company, you know, there's rules, and for a while sometimes these rules are known by people's names because these rules were put in place because of a certain person. So I'm trying to think what the one was. I think it was called the Remy check, and it is making sure that the thrust levers are idle prior to engine start. Because on some aircraft, if the thrust levers are not at idle, you can still start the engines, and as soon as the engine start process is finished, then the FADEC will start pouring fuel onto the engine until it accelerates to the power where the thrust lever is. So there was a guy who started up the engines, and the thrust levers were at full thrust, and he didn't notice it during the whole pre-flight, and start up the engines and snap the tow bar and nearly killed a ramp guy just because he didn't check. So for a while that was known as the Remy check, making sure the thrust levers are idle before the engine start. And you got to think about it, like, most of these rules probably at some point had somebody's name on it. Somebody made a mistake, and maybe it was not a mistake, maybe it was someone sort of saw a hole where a mistake could happen. And that's one of the reasons why the SMS system exists, is you're looking for these holes where things could go wrong. And you know, if you've got everybody's eyes in the whole company on looking for these holes and saying, hey, I almost made a mistake here, somebody else could make the same mistake, somebody else could fall into the same trap and not do this, maybe we should have a check here. You look at something like the Gimli glider, where there was a number of things that led to that, but there was a problem with the fuel system. There was a problem with the fuel quantity indicators, where they were not indicating correctly, and they were deferred by maintenance. But then there was also the question if there was just a recent conversion from pounds to kilograms for all the fuel orders, so people were not used to making those conversions. They were doing these things manually. There was a huge, there's a huge error, and it ended up not loading enough fuel. So at some point, somebody looked at that and said, okay, well, we've got to find a way to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That obviously led to an incident, but all the time there's stuff in airlines that doesn't lead to an incident, but where you see it could. You say, oh, this is a procedure that's perhaps not the safest it could be, the wording is ambiguous, or there's a chance that if you know, most of the time A leads to B, but sometimes if A is not quite correct, it won't lead to B, and you'll bypass B because A was not correct to start with. So can we change the procedure to make sure you always hit up B anyways? So the safety management system culture is really good at the airlines, and it's gotten really good, and a lot of people contribute to it. You know, anytime you see something that could potentially cause you trouble down the road, it probably will cause somebody else trouble down the road. So you go and you submit a report, and you talk, and say, hey, can we change this procedure? Can we change this phraseology? Can we just tweak this slightly? Maybe do this in a different order to ensure that we don't make mistake X? Because I didn't make it today, but I saw it coming, and somebody else will probably make mistake X down the road if we don't change the procedure. That being said, I don't believe that the safety management systems are the only way to regulate the industry, and this is one of the issues I kind of have with the industry right now as a whole, is that the regulators pretty much are looking to the airlines to self-regulate. And that works to a degree, but at the end of the day, you've got to have some regulations at the back to make sure, and somebody looking over their shoulder, just make sure that everything is being done properly. You will get people that will take shortcuts, and you know, they'll do it sometimes with the best of intentions, but they will take shortcuts, and it could lead to bad things. So I really don't like the road where the industry has gone as a whole, where the regulators pretty much don't regulate the airlines anymore. All they do is they monitor the safety management system, and as long as the safety management system, as long as they have some documentation that says that they're investigating incidents when they happen, then that is considered to be enough of a that's considered enough to be for an operator to be considered safe. To a degree, I mean, and it's not that having a safety management system doesn't make an operator safe. It absolutely does if the operator is truly invested in it and truly you know, truly buys into it and does their best to mitigate risk at every step of the way. Then it's not a bad thing per se. But again, I believe that, like in an industry like this, where there's safety is so important, because there's so much possibility for things to go badly wrong. If things go wrong, it's possible for things to go really bad. You need to sometimes have still just a little bit of oversight, a little bit of somebody just saying, hey, just want to make sure you're playing by the rules. You know, just trying to think of like other analogies. Like, you know, you look at people driving out there, and you don't have police officers at every single corner watching every single red light to make sure nobody runs a red light. But you do have these guys driving around from time to time, and from time to time they'll do an enforcement blitz where they'll sit near a certain intersection they know is bad, and they'll ticket people for running red lights at that particular intersection, or they'll ticket people for speeding through school zones. Not every single day, but they'll have a blitz where they'll do it once in a while. Sometimes you just need that little bit of enforcement just to make sure that people are following the rules. Don't even get me started on driving, but I think that the airlines do have a good. Most airlines do want to do the best, and it's one of those things where you can't measure. You can't measure the cost of the accidents that didn't happen, or the cost benefit of an accident that didn't happen. This is one of those things too in the airline industry, where the cost of an accident is so high, it's something you can't even consider. All right, here comes 37 for 38,000.
1,000 to level.
Roger. You can't measure that. Yeah, you can't measure the cost, the potential cost of an accident that didn't happen. You just have to do your best not to have an accident. And the airlines have this incentive. I mean, airlines that have multiple accidents often don't survive, especially if they have them in relatively short order. And Malaysia comes to mind, even though their airplanes, one being shot down in the USSR, or one being shot down in the Ukraine, and then another airplane just disappearing off the radar. Both kind of like very out there, one-off, random events that may not necessarily be indicative of systemic problem with the airline, but it basically killed the airline because too many incidents happened in just too short of a time. FMC speed, LNAV, VNAV path. All right, and there she is. She's leveled off nicely. Very nice. And we literally just passed this fix, USDAD. So let's go ahead and get our flight plan out here really quickly here. Let's just start doing some checks here. So let's go to our flight log. That's what I'm looking for here. So where is USDAD? USDAD's right there. So actual time over was 14:26. Pardon me. I'm just going to do it in blue because it's easier to see that way. So USDAD. Actual time over was 14:26. And the actual fuel on board was 19.8. That makes sense because we just went past just a minute ago. All right. So actual fuel on board was just 100 pounds less than what we planned, which is pretty reasonable. We've got lots of extra right now, and 1426. So we'll do the flight. We'll do the math test here. 14.8. Nowadays, you don't even need to do this so much because most airlines will have some kind of an app that they'll have the flight log loaded in the app, and then once you put in one set of times, it'll crunch the times for every future waypoint. But 10 years ago, before everyone had a tablet for every little thing, this was how you would keep track of your flight and make sure that everything was on time. You'd actually have to do this little math test, and it's something anyways. It keeps the brain engaged, so it's not a bad thing to have work to do when you're flying, because these airplanes are so automated nowadays. It's easy to just sort of, I won't say fall asleep, but mentally fall asleep when you're flying an airplane. It's sorry, 15, 51, 16, 10, 2, and then from there it's 26 minutes, so 17:08. That was based on our original performance, which we'll find is we'll probably end up being a little bit ahead of all these numbers as we go, just because I picked up the cost index to get us to Los Angeles a little bit earlier than was originally planned. Probably zoom this out a little bit here and do some fuel checks. The other thing we would need to do normally right now is we do an RVSM check just to verify that all the altimeters, just want to see when you're actually level and stable, that everything is indicating within a reasonable margin. We definitely have it, definitely within 100 feet there, no problem. And even the standby altimeter, and these digital ones are not so bad, but you get some of these mechanical altimeters, the standby altimeters, they're often pretty rudimentary. You see them, they're very jumpy and they're very kind of laggy. They're not very accurate. They would be fine, and especially at the higher levels, because the altitude, the pressure variations for 100 feet are so tiny that you know, even a small little bit of dust on the mechanical altimeter can really kind of throw the whole mechanical altimeter off. But when you get down to the lower levels, in, you know, below 10,000 feet where you're going to be landing, the pressure changes happen a little bit faster. They're a little bit more pronounced. The altimeters tend to be a little more precise. So for high-level cruising, it's fine. As a backup, it's fine, because when you get closer to the ground, it will be reasonably accurate. It will definitely tell you it's better than nothing. There's a reason why it's a standby instrument. It's not perfect, but it keeps you going. Anyways, yeah, so here we are. We're underway. We have, as I said, we got a 16:57. We got a little bit over 2 hours of cruising here before we land in Los Angeles. We fly up the west coast of Mexico here. We'll hope that nothing fails today like we did last time. But I have to say, like, I still think that was just an absolutely great stream, just having two different failures. And the failure that happened when we tried to trigger it, the first one was an accident, which was great. It was brilliant and required some thought and some handling. And the one even that was not an accident, the one that we kind of intentionally triggered, but we didn't know what was going to come up, that was a good one. 3 screens went blank, and I kind of rewatched that part of it because I was kind of curious to see my reaction. It's just like, oh, whoa, the eyes go wide, and you're like, okay, something happened here. And it was perfectly benign at the end of the day, but it got me to sit up and pay attention to what was happening for that first little while. So it was a really good failure, and it's a really great chance for some discussions about failure handling and you know, and how to deal with things that happen, abnormal things that happen, and what do you do? And it's not just about the initial reaction and running a checklist, but it's more about the whole failure management system. And yeah, which kind of brings me to a great topic I really want to talk a little bit about, something that I did last weekend. It was tons of fun, and I was really glad I did. I thought it was a really beneficial experience. So last week I volunteered to do some extra time in the sim at work, just what they call seat support, basically volunteering when there's someone who does not have a sim partner, and volunteering to go sit with them and be their sim partner. And you're not being graded at all because you're not due for your training or anything, but you're just there, you know, to fill out the crew. There needs to be 2 people. The one person's undergoing training, and you're just there to support them, as the name seat support kind of implies. So yeah, every once in a while they'll need this, whether somebody's called in sick or whether somebody just does not have a partner because of scheduling and whatever else, doesn't happen to have a sim partner for their particular sim session. So you'll get this every once in a while. So I decided to put myself on the volunteer list. I figured more time in the sim can't really hurt. You get paid for it as well, but just can't hurt to also just get some extra experience in the sim, especially when you're relatively new on an airplane. It's great to kind of get a couple of extra exposures to different failures and things. You know, in the beginning, I didn't want that. When I first started on the airplane, I didn't want extra time in the sim. I was just happy to get out of the sim, get into the airplane, start flying the line, and you kind of need that when you start. You need a few months to just sort of solidify everything, start flying the line, start flying normally like everybody would. And look at that, it's getting really bright in here now. Kind of see my screen is kind of coming up there, so I might just tweak the lighting in here in a second. Might also just even do this, turn that light off, and I wonder if that'll help a little bit. Not really. My forehead is becoming invisible for the amount of light in this room now, which is funny because last video was so dark. Let me just see if I can tweak this light. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna tweak this light here. There we go. Yeah, so I turned the lighting down a little bit in this room, and it's funny because the last video it was so dark, and I mean I have blinds in this room, but it gets so bright sometimes in here when the sun comes in the right way, especially with it being snowy outside, and reflecting a lot more light outside. It gets very bright in here sometimes, so that kind of tweaked it a little bit. And it's still plenty bright in here. The ambient light level, I suppose the last week when it was cloudy and I couldn't seem to get enough light in here to get a good, and even then it's still getting brighter minute by minute here. Yeah, I might just see one more time if I can tweak this because it is so bright. My hand is turning invisible. If I hit it just the right way, you can see through my hand. It's not even that bright in here. It's insane. I need thicker blinds for this room, ironically. I don't think I'll tweak it anymore. Yeah, so anyways, I did the seat support. So I did the seat support this week, and I did it for a captain upgrade candidate. So someone who was going from the right seat to the left seat, becoming a captain for the first time. And so they have a whole course they have people run through in addition to the aircraft course and learning the aircraft from the left seat. You know, after 6 months in an airplane, a year in an airplane, I won't say you know everything by any means, but you're comfortable with the airplane. You can run the airplane through line operations in general without too much issue. You understand the basics of how the systems run. You do stuff kind of the same way day in and day out, and it doesn't change too much. And actually, that just reminds me here just to check the weather as well. Just want to check and make sure it is live weather. It is real time. Yeah, it is. Okay. It is just this nice of a day. But yeah, so then you go into the captain's. You know, they do the whole sim course for you, so you can learn how to fly the airplane from the left seat, and then you go into the captain course at the end of the day. The last couple of sessions is basically all about you know, how to make decisions, good judgment and decision making, and professionalism as a captain. And I have to say, like for me personally, like I just learned a ton just being there, just sitting there, just watching this guy that I was with, you know, running through his stuff. I kind of learned a lot of stuff about what I would like to do. How I would like to you know, handle things for myself, and I've been a captain for many years, so I know how I like to deal with things. Every airline's a little bit different, but at the end of the day, you know, most of the airlines at the end of the day, once you start flying, there is nobody in the airplane but the pilots up front, really. You know, the management can give you all the guidance they want through the documents and the training and everything, but at the end of the day, once you start flying, it's up to you, it's up to the pilot in the airplane to figure out the safest course of action for whatever happens and deal with it. So yeah, it's important for captains to be able to make good quality decisions, recognize situations, and be able to act accordingly, and it really is huge. And some airlines more than others. So some airlines have a lot of very strict guidance, and they really, there goes a waypoint there, Mike Tango. I'll just wait till we get to the next one here, and I'll do the check again. But they do, yeah, they have some airlines are a little bit more loosey goosey, and they don't necessarily train the captains a whole lot. And what they do is they often provide like a lot of very strict guidance, and they try to come up with every scenario and try to have guidance for every scenario. But you can't have guidance for every scenario. You can't make up the stuff that happens in this business, and it's usually not just one thing, but it's multiple things compounding together. So whether it be certain failures that happen, but then you also have a weather issue, or you have a fuel. You might have a fuel issue. You might be kind of low on fuel, lower than you should be. Maybe it's due to that failure. But you know, it's the combination of unique factors in each event that makes each event unique, and you can't prescribe a certain course of action for every single event. That's why we don't have just autopilots up front. We have two human beings that have their own gray matter that are able to analyze situations and make judgments and come up with realistic plans based on the situation they're faced with. And it's really incumbent mostly upon the captain to do this. The first officer, and it's not the first officers can't do this, but oftentimes the first officer is less experienced on the aircraft, maybe less experienced in the industry as a whole, and thus is more concerned with the more basic levels of proficiency. You know, making sure they can fly the airplane and understand the basic systems, run the emergency procedures, whatever else. But and I won't say that that's the limit, but that's where you start from, anyways. As a first officer, you do your training and you get trained on this is how the airplane works. These are our procedures. This is what you do in an emergency, and those are the things you know. So you know the more basic stuff. You know how to apply. You know how to apply the formulas. You know, if A then B, if B then C, if C then D, and you sort of just kind of you can apply those sort of like fixed ideas. And what I loved the most was one person who said to me, when you're training first officers, you train them to fly by the book. Then when you train a captain, you train them to learn when to throw the book out the window. And it's so true. You have to be able to use some judgment. So that's the biggest thing they're trying to get captains to learn is how to make good decisions. So how to use good CRM to get information from other people, to solicit opinions and ideas and suggestions from other people, and then make a plan and execute it. So you're dealing with a lot more of the softer skills. The first officer is mostly focused on the hard skills, flying the airplane, what the procedures are, running emergencies, that sort of thing. The captain is much more focused on the soft skills, making decisions. So soliciting information, knowing when to make a decision quickly, when to take some time to actually think out the best option, and what else? And but like that, yeah. Anyways, I'm sort of losing my train of thought there. But those are the kind of skills that you're trying to teach the captains, and how to also assign tasks and prioritize workload and things like that, manage workload and prioritize tasks and that sort of thing. So these are the kind of things that the captain also has to be thinking about. They also have to be totally proficient with the hard skills, with the knowing how to fly the airplane and knowing how the systems work. But it's also incumbent upon the captain then to also be the leader and be able to make choices and decisions, because sometimes you may not have output from outside the company or from outside the flight deck. Yeah, so it was really eye-opening for me anyway, sitting in this sim session with this captain candidate, watching them deal with some pretty crazy stuff, and seeing how they dealt with it, and trying to be supportive, while at the same time not being a fully proactive first officer, which is very hard for me. And the evaluator said the same thing. It's like, so you're here basically as to support this guy, but you have to let him make his choices, do what he wants to do, and follow along with him. Head Shoot Man 15, how's it going? Welcome. Just having a quick little discussion about what it takes to be a captain here, and since you've broken my train of thought for a second anyways, we're going to do a real quick fuel check here at Palia. So let's just pull up our flight plan here and just make sure that our progress is as it should be. So Palia, we just passed it here at 1442. Oops, not that button. Trying not to click too quickly. So we were right on time, and fuel 18.6. And when we just passed it, so that's good. We're pretty much right where we should be on the fuel. Perfect. Yeah, so it's really interesting being in seat support, because they don't want you to be a fully proactive first officer. They want you to be a little bit passive just because they don't want you commanding from the right seat, as it were, which is just where you're trying to you're really pushing the guy in a certain direction. They want the captain candidate to know to make the decisions themselves. They want to observe this person. So you do everything you can to be supportive and do everything they ask. So fly the airplane, run the checklist, do that, but let them make the decisions. Headshoot Man 15. I'm flying the Airbus A320 with the Airbus Thrustmaster stick. How hard is it for pilots to learn switching from right to left? I feel like I could only do it with the right hand. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. The first time it really is hard. The first time it really is hard. So for me personally, when I first got my license, got my private license, went and did my commercial license and everything, my first job was a flight instructor. So I went and did, before I became a flight instructor, actually, I did my flight instructor rating. So I had only just put 200 hours onto my license basically, and then I had to go and learn how to fly the airplane from the right seat. I had to, at the time it was just 150 or whatever, but Cessna 150. But I had to go learn from the right seat. That first time it was absolutely the hardest. I never thought I was going to get it. Everything is backwards. Everything you've just spent 200 hours trying to learn how to fly the airplane with the left hand and run the throttle with the right hand, and then all of a sudden you had to completely reverse it. The first time is really hard. It gets much easier as you do it. So the first time when I did my flight instructor rating, learning to fly and land from the right seat, that was hard. That was really tough. Everything's just completely backwards. It gets easier as you go, but it's not easy. It takes practice. It usually takes a little while. It takes a couple of weeks to a month to kind of settle into it. I think of through COVID, for example, I went from being a captain back to a first officer and then back to a captain again. And probably the hardest part of the whole process, honestly, you'll laugh, was getting in and out of the bloody seat. Was the hardest part of the whole process of switching from the left seat to the right seat back to the left seat, because all the seat adjustments, which had just become instinctive after 5 years of sitting in the left seat, I knew exactly what to do with each hand, with my fingers, to get the seat exactly where I wanted it without even thinking, without even giving a moment's thought to it. And then all of a sudden, you get in the other seat, and all the controls are 100% reversed. So everything that was on the right side of the seat is all of a sudden on the left. It's the silliest thing, but moving the seat to the right position was the hardest thing. I spent 2 months grabbing under the wrong side of the seat. I'm like, where's the bloody handle on this thing? Why can't I move this? Oh, right, because I'm in the other seat again, still over here on this side. That was the hardest thing. In the beginning, it is tough. The first couple times you do it, it is tough, but it gets much easier once you've done it a couple times and you've started to go back and forth from the right to the left seat a couple times. It gets much easier. There is a transition still each time. It takes you a couple weeks each time to sort of really get into it, but it gets easier over time for sure. The first time you do it, it really was tough. I still remember that. The flight instructor rating and learning to fly from the right seat, that was not easy. I kind of mastered the idea behind instructing long before I mastered the ability to land the airplane from the right seat. But it's one of those things too. It's as much about judgment. So you'll learn it a lot faster than you learned initially. When you do your private license, it takes you 65 hours to learn how to fly from the left seat. It won't take you 65 hours to learn again how to fly from the right seat. The flying is still the same. The airplane still works the same. You just have to reverse all your mental connections from the right hand to the left hand. So it takes a little while, but yeah, it's not impossible. Yeah. So back to what I was talking about with the with this upgrade candidate, because I thought it was absolutely fantastic to watch this guy. And like I said, I had to be very passive. I had to try not to offer too many suggestions. If I saw him doing something wrong, I'd correct him along the way. But I tried not to. I tried not to offer too many suggestions or point out too far when he was going astray. There was a couple times when he kind of started to go a little bit astray with a couple things, and I really kind of had to clench up and say, I'm not going to say anything because I really don't want to. It was nothing major. It was like when we were reading the MEL, some of the things in the MELs are poorly written, and I kind of had to highlight a couple things. And I mean, it's just poorly written. I could make the same mistake too if I was trying to read it quickly, especially when you're under pressure. The examiner's watching you read these things. It's just, yeah. The guy I was with, he was fantastic as a captain, and I have no doubt he'll make a fantastic captain. He made some great choices, but yeah, it was really interesting to watch this guy. Very methodical about a lot of the stuff. So the first day I did 2 days of sim with this guy. The first day was kind of we did 2 flights. The first flight was a time situation. It was great. It was great to kind of watch because the contrast between them. The first one was a time situation. The second one was a no time. So time, you have time to make a decision. It's a failure, but it's nothing critical. It is a lot of workload, but it's not critical. You can take some time to think things through. The second one was a no time. So the first one we had a what do we have? We had a double. It was a double fact fault, I believe. Was it a double fact fault? I think it was a double fact fault. Which it's not a dire situation, but in the 320, if you go and run it in the Phoenix right now and you do the double fact fault, you lose your autopilot. So that is not, again, it's not completely crazy, but there's kind of a lot of things to start thinking about when you lose your autopilot. First of all, you need somebody to fly the airplane. And of course, whenever they throw these sim sessions at you, especially these upgrade ones, they don't give you a whole lot of gas. They give you enough gas to kind of get there and legally meet the requirements and a little bit extra, but not a whole lot. So you don't have a whole ton of time to make decisions. So it wasn't a particularly long flight, not a whole lot of extra gas. Double fact fault, just pretty much as we leveled off in cruise. The guy gave me control, let me fly it for a while, and well, he set himself up and figured out what he wanted to do, but I really kind of admired the way he was very methodical about everything. He really kind of had, in his head, he had a whole checklist of things he had to go through to make sure everything was well done. And because we had time, we had some fuel to deal with stuff, he did a great job. He got it all done, everything he wanted to do. And the things that I also liked really well is that he really included me with a number of things, and he gave me a number of certain tasks and targets. To sort of bring him back into the loop. So while he was kind of busy setting up his approach and dealing with all sorts of stuff, contacting company and all this other stuff, he said, tell me when we pass this point. Tell me when we reach 10,000 feet so I can, and let, you know, tell me when we have this much fuel remaining. And so, you know, kind of giving me some very specific targets to sort of bring him back into the game. It was really great because then he was really able to kind of lose himself in the moment and focus on what his problem was. And I had a very specific target in mind, and then I brought him back into the game at 10,000 feet. It's like, perfect, okay, yeah, no, I'm almost done here. I just need a few more things, but yeah, you can keep going down now. Let me know when you reach 5,000 feet. And just sort of setting the first officer some very specific targets of what he needed. It was great. Like, rather than leave it kind of loosey-goosey, just do what you want. The second you do that, people are really, you're in two different worlds. You know, if you set a specific target and say, okay, I want you to do this and get me here and tell me when we're here, it gives the first officer something really good to do. So it was really good the way that was done. He set some really nice kind of targets like that, and really, it gave me great stuff to aspire to without having to overthink myself what he wanted. So it was really great. So the first one really went well. The second session we did on that first day was the complete opposite. It was a complete no-time situation. As soon as we were airborne, the airplane was on fire, and we had to return and land immediately. And and it was great. Like, the nice thing was it was the second session, so he had confidence in me to be able to fly the airplane. So he went out and pulled the smoke checklist and said, okay, just get us back towards the airport, get us down, I'll set you up for the approach really quick, and get you ready. So he had everything. So he pulled out the checklist, and in a matter of like 60 seconds, he had the new approach programmed in. We were on the ground less than 9 minutes after liftoff, which is phenomenal. That is by far the best time. And I've done like 11 to 12 minutes, which is kind of the average in survival rate in a fire. The average survival time in an airborne fire is like 12 minutes. So you want to be on the ground ideally like in less time than that. So we returned around, we were landed on the runway in like 9 minutes. So I was very impressed. Again, he had very much, again, he still set goals. He's like, okay, turn base, tell me when we're this far away from the runway, tell me when this, and then that way he could kind of focus on the checklist for a couple of minutes and communicate with the back and make sure everything was handled. And I was able to bring him back in at exactly the points where he wanted to know where we were. It's like, okay, perfect, yeah, no, we're all set up. So it was really well done. So that was day one, and then day two was even worse. Day two did not go well. And the only reason I say it didn't go well is because the sim did not go well. The sim broke on us like 4 times. 4 times they tried to reload the software in the sim to get the sim up and running, and we never got airborne. We were in the sim for almost 2 hours, and we had never gotten airborne because we kept on having to bring the sim tech in again, bring the motion off, bring the sim tech in, reload all the sim, reload all of our flight plan all over again. I set up the same flight plan 5 times in one day. And it was ridiculous. We finally got into a different sim that wasn't that actually worked for us, and It was a really great scenario. It was a really short flight, not a whole lot of extra fuel. The alternate's like about a 30-minute flight away, and they gave me about 20 minutes of extra fuel on top of that, and that was it. So not a whole lot of fuel. And was okay in the beginning. I'm like, something's not right here. And I'm thinking, because like this is the evaluation, like this is going to be something serious. And all they gave us was like one little minor fault on the way to the other airport. Then we get to the other airport. I'm like, we're doing a go around for sure. This has been way too short. Nothing exciting has happened. We're doing a go around for sure. So I mentally I was primed for this go around. It was great. The guy flew the go around, and then on the go around you select the gear up, and then all hell broke loose. The hydraulic system failed when we selected gear up, and the gear never retracted. And that was just. That took me about 30 to 60 seconds to wrap my head around. It was crazy because it also triggers like about 8 different messages on the ECAM. It just, the whole thing goes insane. And you know, the ECAM's very distracting too. So like, you know, you keep on getting this caution light pinging as you're doing the go around. You're trying to do the go around, and you keep getting this caution light come up. So you're like looking down, like, okay, yep, no, hydraulic failure, boom, thing. I didn't even recognize the gear had not come up until probably we're about 1,000 feet. Even though I'd probably selected it up at about 200, 250, 300 feet, like I didn't recognize for probably about 30 to 45 seconds that the gear had not come up because all these distracting lights kept coming up on the ECAM, and then I'm like, oh, the gear didn't go up. Oh, so I turned to the captain and I had to tell him twice. I said the gear didn't come up, and sort of, yeah, okay, yeah, and he just as we're reaching acceleration height, so he's kind of doing a whole bunch of things. I'm like, no, the gear didn't come up. Like the gear is still down. He's like, and he kind of looked over. He's like, ah. So that kind of really, now the pressure was on because we didn't have a whole lot of fuel left. We'd done our flight, we'd done a go around. We were supposed to go to an alternate now. We still had like about 10 minutes of extra fuel, but with the gear down in the Airbus, you triple the fuel burn. The fuel burn in the Airbus with the gear down is 280% of the normal fuel burn. So all of a sudden, our hour and a half of fuel and all that is now down to about 30 minutes of fuel. So now we got to make some hard choices. We just did a go around because we couldn't see the runway at our destination. Do we go back to our origin? Do we divert to the alternate? Like, you got to make some quick choices. And I have to say, like, this guy, he impressed me. And I hope I would have done about the same thing. I hope. You never know until you're in that seat. But yeah, he pretty much had his mind made up the second I told him what the situation was. And only because he immediately knew that number. He's like, and kind of most people who fly the Airbus, we know that this is the number. It's basically triple. You have the gear down, the gear's not coming up, you're tripling your fuel burn. So all of a sudden your circle of operation shrinks big time. You have this big circle, like, okay, an hour and a half of fuel, we can make it, 500 miles or something like that before we completely run out of gas. All of a sudden you're down like, okay, we have about 100, 150 miles to go here. Your circle of operation suddenly shrinks so much. And he recognized that situation right away, and he made some real quick choices. And I 100% supported him on everything he chose to do. He's like, okay, we're not going to do another approach here because they only have a Cat 1 approach to this airport, 200 feet. We didn't see anything. Didn't even see a hint of light. We're not going to try that again. We're going to go back to where we just came from. Oh, there's the fuel light. We're going to go back to where we just came from, where there's a Category 3 approach, and we're going to go do the Category 3 approach there. And even if we don't see anything, when we reach decision height of 50 feet, we can let the thing land anyway, so we can do a full auto land Category 3 at this airport. We're much better going there, even though it's foggier, just because we know we've got 10,000 feet of pavement, we've got emergency services, it's a major international airport. He had made up his mind pretty much as soon as I told him what the situation was. Because while he was flying the go-around, he did not really kind of acknowledge the ECAM too much, which is fine. Like, you got to focus on flying the airplane first. It's Airbus's golden rule, it's everybody's golden rule. Fly the airplane first, and then deal with everything else. If the flight path is not safe, there's no point dealing with emergencies if the flight path is not safe. So he was following all the rules properly, and I think did everything well. But I was impressed with how quickly he made the decision. But it was because he'd already kind of considered the possibilities and half made the decision in his head. It's like, okay, well, if we don't get in here, we're probably going to go back to where we came from. We could divert to our alternate where the weather's a little bit better. It's not great, but it's a little bit better. But yeah, as soon as that fuel suddenly shrank to 30 minutes, it's like, we're probably not making that alternate. It's a little bit too far away. If we make it there, we'd be on fumes by the time we get there. So let's pick a closer airport that's maybe completely hard IFR, but it's the best decision. I think it was the best decision. Yeah, but I was very impressed with first of all, with the speed, but also the calm demeanor. Like, it was very chaotic very quickly in that go around as soon as the ECAM started going off repeatedly with like all the different lights associated with the hydraulic system. It generates about 5 different messages when the hydraulic system fails on the Airbus. So the fact that he was able to kind of maintain his calm and make a decision, and it was because he'd already pre-made half the decision. He'd already decided what the options were, and knew what the options were, what the odds of success with each option were, and so pretty much didn't have to spend a whole lot of time thinking when something bad happened, because he'd already half made the decisions. He knew what the options were. He'd already weighed them out long ago and knew what the chances are, so was able to make a decision very quickly. And the examiner commented upon this after we were done. The evaluator, when we were sitting in there doing our debriefing afterwards, he's like, I have to say that was one of the best sessions I've seen for this scenario. And he said it's because you already had plans in place. You knew what you wanted to do, you knew where you wanted to go, you didn't have to spend a whole lot of time thinking about it, and in this case it was a no-time situation. You didn't have a whole lot of time. You didn't have 10 minutes to be spending grabbing weather from umpteen different airports and considering what the possibilities are for each airport. Oh, well, this one's a little higher, the approach is a little higher. You know, didn't spend a whole lot of time thinking about that because you didn't have time. The fuel, you're burning through a lot of fuel with that gear hanging down in that airplane. There's just not much you can do about it. So he commended both of us, but I really have to put most of it to the captain. At the end of the day, he made a fast decision. But at the same time, like, he dragged me right along on the decision with him. I was not in the dark. I never felt like I was in the dark. He was very good at verbalizing what he was thinking, what he was doing. So at no point did I feel like I was in the dark. I agreed 100% with his choices as well. But he was able to reason them out very quickly, but out loud, and be able to drag me with him. So it was certainly a very eye-opening experience to see how quickly the pressure builds too. It was like, okay, it was an okay flight. It was sort of somewhat routine. It's like we're doing an approach down to minimums. Looks like we're going to probably have to go around, probably divert to our alternate. Okay, fine. And then it's amazing how quickly it went from, okay, it's fine, stuff is okay, we're just going to deal with it, to, okay, we got to really make some quick decisions here. And yeah, I have no doubt this guy is going to be a stellar captain. Based on everything I saw, he was very methodical when he had the time, and when he didn't. And even when he didn't have the time, what he had done was he had used the time ahead of time. He'd been extremely proactive about having plans in place ahead of time. So whether it be having an emergency return in the secondary flight plan for every departure, which is what allowed us to do the when we had the fire in the airplane, what allowed us to do the return approach so quickly was because he already had it set up. All he had to do was load the secondary approach, which he'd already filled in with his emergency return. Boom! In like 20 seconds, he was ready. And it's funny, but there's an acronym for Airbus pilots, or there's a little technique for Airbus pilots that if you have like an absolutely dire situation where you have to do an immediate return, and you don't have time to think about anything else, if you do four A's, you'll probably get back into you'll be able to turn around and go back very quickly without too much effort. So at the bare minimum, and this again, it comes to an emergency. Like if you're a single pilot, perhaps your fellow pilot is for whatever reason unavailable, whether they're panicking or knocked unconscious or something, and you have to do an immediate return back to the airport. If you do 4 A's, it'll get you on the ground at least. And the 4 A's were activate the secondary, activate the approach, auto brake, and APU on. And if you can do those 4 things, it's not great. It's not a full checklist, but it's like at the bare minimum. If you don't have time to do anything else, do these 4 things, and you'll at least get back to the airport. And it's not ideal, but again, it comes down to like looking at the situation. Yes, it's not ideal, but we are in a dire situation. I'm on my own, and we have to get on the ground quickly. I don't have any time to deal with anything else. At least if I can do these 4 things, I can get the airplane on the ground in a matter of minutes. And sometimes that's what it comes to. So it was, I have to say, like, I learned so much at these 2 days of seat support. I felt like I was cheating the system a little bit just for the amount that I learned so quickly in these 2 days, and I felt like I had maybe monopolized the training session. I didn't at all, but I felt like I learned more than the captain did. I said at the end of the day, like, thanks guys so much for that, because I feel like I probably learned more than anybody else in this session. Things to do, things not to do, things to try and focus on. Yeah, that one's going to stick in my mind for a long time, and I hope to do more of them. I think it was really educational. I think I'll do really. I think I'll do really well to watch them again, and participate in more of these. And when the time comes and it's my turn to do the upgrade sim, it won't be my first time thinking about it in a long time. It'll be, I'll have seen other people, I'll have seen different techniques, and I'll kind of know what I want to do. And I kind of know the structure too of some of these things. Like I have to say, like it was so well done. The way that the flight was so calm and fairly normal, and then all of a sudden it was fast, but it was calm and normal, and then all of a sudden just how quickly it went to just complete and utter, not chaos, but chaos is not the right word, but how quickly it went from being calm and normal to very hectic, I think is probably the best way to put it. Not chaotic. We were still organized, we still had plans, and we were doing things by the book, but just how quickly it became hectic and the workload really went up very quickly. Alright, looks like we are just coming up on TCAS. So TCAS, where's my clock? There it is. 15:04, perfect, still right on time here. Doing an excellent job here at staying on time. 15:04, and the fuel in the tank 16.8, so looks like our fuel burn is right on target. Give or take 100 kilos on each waypoint here. We are sticking with it really well here. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. Everything is fuel consumption is normal. That's weird. What happened to my... What happened to my TrackIR? It was here a second ago. Now it seems to be frozen, but it's not paused. That's paused. That's not paused. Something happened to my TrackIR headset here. Oh, man. Every once in a while this happens too. Every once in a while. Pretty sure it's this one right here. No, maybe it's not that one. Yeah, no, it's that one. Yeah, no, it's that one. Every once in a while, it's very odd, my TrackIR headset will just simply stop working. Yeah, the IR, the infrared bulbs just stopped working for a second there. It doesn't happen all the time, but just every once in a while it'll happen. It's very odd. There seems to be no rhyme or reason to it. Just all of a sudden one day it won't work, and then the next time I'll let it cool down. Maybe I'll just take it off, or I'll plug it for a couple minutes here and let it cool down a little bit. Yeah, every once in a while it'll stop working. It's very odd. It's annoying. Because it's usually fine. Most of the time it's fine. And I haven't actually seen this for a while now. And every once in a while it'll just stop working. And yeah, so the can't really tell too well from here, but just the LED, the infrared LEDs here just stop working. And I don't know why that is. So now I've unplugged it. So now they're definitely not going to work, but I'll try plugging it into a different USB port here. I can get it to reach a different port without break anything here. Oh. Let's see if I can get it to go back on. If not, we can always revert to old red. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. It's weird. It's working just fine for the longest time. Why can't I plug this thing in? Now they don't want to work. Not want to work. Every once in a while, infrared lights do not want to just stop working. So I'm just gonna hang this up right now. Is that a little while for it to think about resetting itself, maybe? Oh wait, you know what? I plugged into another USB port. Now I think they worked again. Hold on. Looks to me like they are on, or maybe not. But for a second, it looked like they were on. Ah, humbug. Ah, all these things you take for granted. I like it when they work. Let me just see if I can plug this in somewhere else here. So maybe it's this USB hub. So I'm just going to take myself off webcam because nobody wants to watch me crawl under my desk for a second here. But I'm just going to see if I can find a better place to plug this in. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. I also have to unstring this because everything in this desk gets twisted. If not, I'll revert to old red in a minute. It's ugly, but it works. It's effective. Find a spare USB port somewhere here. Nice computer. Nope. Don't they overheat or what? This has not happened in a while, though. I'm just gonna let this thing just sit for a while. Hopefully by the end of the stream and we have to land in Los Angeles, it'll start working again. Too bad. Alright, so in the meantime, 1 second here. Alright, well, got rid of that for now. We'll try it again when we get back towards Los Angeles, but for now, let's just have a look outside. Still flying up the west coast of Mexico, so it is Pacific. Beautiful farm country up here in Mexico. Beautiful airplane to look at as well. It just looks so short and stubby. After flying the 800 model, the 700 model just looks so short and stubby. It's just funny. She is a nice model as well, too. This, there we go. Playing around now with just right underneath the center, but I can't quite seem to get the center. Try it on night. Right up on that's about as good as you're gonna get it. Anyways, what else we talk about here? All right. Anyways, we'll hop back in the flight deck. Got to go scrolling around with the mouse for now, just every once in a while. Anyways, it's not like it's the end of the world. Let's see here. So things I'm thinking about. First of all, is there any ATC out there this morning? So as we make our way up, oh, we do have a Los Angeles center. Oh, nice. Nice. Hopefully they'll be on there for arrival. I'm not even seeing them yet because we're still far enough away. We're still an hour and a half outside of Los Angeles. So probably in about the next 30 minutes we'll see them out there. So that's good. That's good. We'll have some ATC for arrival. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of traffic. Even for a Monday morning, Los Angeles has got 6 departures on the ground. Hopefully again, I'm just hoping that I don't grind my computer to a complete total halt when we get to Los Angeles. But yeah. Trying to think what else is out there in the news recently for flight simmers anyways. I guess FltSimExpo has been kind of started revealing some details about their convention this year. So I know it's happening in Houston. It's the last third week in June, I think. So it's 23rd, 24th, 25th or something like that. And there's quite a lot of exhibitors already confirmed. I'm pretty happy about that. Happy to see that like a lot of good names are are involved with this. I'm happy to see this event is getting a lot of traction every year, so it's good, especially after they sort of started in 2019 and then COVID just kind of killed it for like the first year and tried to go kind of online the second year. And it definitely is a good venue, good chance to meet people. I was really kind of hoping to go this year. I hadn't gone the previous years, and I was finally like, okay, I really want to go this year. And then of course took the new job, and extra money for traveling is just not even in the cards anymore. It's not so much the travel itself. I could probably get to Houston pretty cheaply. It's the staying there once you get there. That would be a little bit not costly, but it would be costly enough anyways. So I'm probably not going to do that this year, unfortunately. But keep our fingers crossed, and if all goes well, maybe next year we can attend, because I think I'm sure it's going to be a fun event. But I definitely am looking forward to that kind of event. Going out and trying some of the different hardware. You see so much of this good hardware out there, and I would love to give some of these things a try. Some of these MCPs. I'd love to try the Thrustmaster. The Airbus TCA thrust quadrant. I mean, that's a really neat product, especially as somebody who knows the bus well now. But even so, actually, I saw a really neat product for the honeycomb thrust levers that actually replicates the detents in the Airbus using magnets. So you kind of have your traditional honeycomb setup here with your speed brake, your flaps on either side, thrust levers in the middle, and two blank ones. And then what it did was it took those two blank spots and it actually put a little magnet in there. And when you were trying to shove the thrust levers forward, it would line up with these different magnets, and so it wasn't a physical detent, but you'd get a very distinctive point where it would want to stay. So clunk, clunk, clunk. You could really do, all right, toga, clunk, 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 and then back to climb or whatever, clunk, clunk back. Like you could really, what a novel little way to do it. Managed to lower the hotel rates to $89 a night. I mean that's a great bargain. Honestly, I would love to go. I don't think I can even spare that much money this year. It's just things are tight. I don't think I can justify that. I'm just barely breaking even this year. I keep working overtime. The idea of it would be fun. I would enjoy it. I really would, and I really want to. You're very much tempting me, but I told my family like we really can't afford any outside spending this year. Like nothing. Like we're really not planning any vacation other than just to go camping a little bit. Well, they do have. What's the FltSimExpo was kind of like the copy of the one that happens in Europe. I think there's one that happens. Is it in Frankfurt? I think there's one that happens in the UK, and then I think there's also one that happens in Frankfurt. So I'm sure you must have the ability to visit those. I'm trying to think. There's one in Cosford in the UK each year, and I know it's the UK is not part of the EU anymore, and let's not even get into that whole thing. There's one that happens in the UK, and I'm pretty sure there's one that happens in Germany as well every year. Yeah, Aero Friedrichshafen, and they are having it in 2023. I think it's in the fall usually. It's in German, so I do not know if I'm accepting cookies or denying cookies. Can I have it in English, please? Because I do not know German. But yeah, there is one in Germany every year. All right, so let's do this. Let's just refuse the use of third-party cookies. There we go. But yeah, Aero Friedrichshafen. This year it's April 19th to 23rd. Okay, so that's coming up in like a month, basically. I don't even know where it is, but yeah. So it's funny because like FltSimExpo is the newcomer to this program. This show's been going on in Europe for a decade or more. Visitor travel and accommodation. By train, take your pick how you want to get there. But traveling in Germany, I don't even know where it is. It doesn't even say where it is. I can't. Anyways, if you're interested in it, though, I'd say go to it. Like I would love to go to FltSimExpo, and I don't think I'm going to go this year. It's just not in the cards this year, but I would like to go. Hopefully next year things will be a little bit better, a little bit easier. You know, I can't really go on a little convention tour myself when I can't even when I tell my family we're not allowed. We can't really spend money on any vacations. So take that $89 a night, put it towards making our camping trip a little longer instead. It really is not much. I mean, at the end of the day, like, that's a good hotel rate. Don't get me wrong. I think that's a great hotel rate. And if things were a little bit better, I would definitely think about it. I'll still be watching the convention with interest because they always have great product announcements at these conventions. Whether it be, you know, PMTG announced their global flight ops and kind of gave the first demos of that. Like, that was 4 years ago in 2019. And yeah, I guess at the end of the day, like, PMTG does not need that income that badly with the MSFS now and the need to relaunch all their airplanes. They have their development work cut out for them. Global flight ops is just, it seemed like global flight ops was maybe a little bit of not a last gasp, but you know, it was a chance to make a little bit of different revenue. So I don't know. Pardon me. But yeah, I'll be interested to see the kind of announcements because there's always some interesting stuff there. And yeah, in the announcement they were talking about it here, that already some people have said, like, yeah, we've got announcements that we're going to make. Like, people are saving up product announcements or whatnot for this show. If I can get this article to load here. But yeah. So there's this year's schedule includes a series of reveals, including from Thrustmaster, Fast Cow Productions, Allied Cockpit Equipment, TFDI Design, Virtual Fly North America, and Honeycomb. So there's going to be a bunch of people making announcements. So that's going to be really good. Always interesting to see what they're out there, what's new out there. Yeah, and it'd be great to kind of get together with some of these people. You know, I know a couple of the organizers of the show here. You know, I've met some of these people before. It'd be great to kind of get together, and it looks like a beautiful place too. The fact that they're having it in the Flight Museum here, the Lone Star Flight Museum. What a great place to have a FltSimExpo. Go look at the airplanes, go pretend to fly them. What a great little place to have it. I'm kind of glad that they're changing venues, that they're not doing Vegas every year, because Vegas. I have mixed opinions about Vegas. You know, it's the kind of place where you kind of want to go to once, but unless you're really a gambler, it's not a kind of place you're going to go to more than once. You've just seen it once, you've done it once. You know, it's good to see them kind of changing it up to a couple different places. So I would like to see them continue to do like different cities all the time. Because the other thing that's nice about that, visiting different cities all the time, is that people who maybe have a tougher time traveling. You're going to Vegas in a week. Well, I mean, have fun, and if it's your thing, by all means. I know for me, it's not really my thing. Gambling is not my thing at all. I'm really not into it. I've been to casinos a couple times. I set myself a certain amount of money that I can sort of spend, lose, and it's like, yeah, I always end up losing it. I'm not, and I don't really enjoy it that much, the gambling aspect. So I really just, yeah, to me, I you know, it's fine to do Vegas once, but then, yeah, I like the fact that they're going to different places. So go to different cities all the time. Because the other thing, too, is that you'll maybe be able to capture people, if you go to different cities all the time, people who would not have traveled far to get to it otherwise. So, you know, in this case, now they're in Houston, so you might get some Houstonites that maybe did not have the means to travel by air to a distant city like Las Vegas. But, you know, I could drive down to the museum and go to this show. And even people who are maybe more casually interested, people who are not hardcore flight simmers, again, oh, you know, it's in my town this year. It doesn't really take me any effort to go to it. So you'll get more of those people. So by going around from place to place year after year, it'll also keep it interesting for the attendees too by visiting different places. It's not the same convention center every year. Oh, I've been to that museum. I've seen this. I've seen that. I've done that before. You're less likely to go. Whereas if you go to a different city every year, you know, they new tourist traps to check out, that sort of thing. But you know what I mean? Like you're keeping it interesting for everybody by changing the venue. So I hope that they continue to change the venue year after year to different cities. It just, again, it provides different experience for all the attendees as well. Anyways, with a few days off getting now. Well, and if it's work related, that's a whole other thing too, and enjoy. But yeah, I wouldn't have minded going to the Vegas one, but I'm glad to see that they're changing it up. You know, and a museum of flight's a great place to go. So, like, I think, like, you know, and of course, obviously, cost and everything is an issue, but I think Washington would be a great place to go. The funny thing is, like, there's tons of great aviation museums around, especially in the U.S. There's tons and tons of really good aviation museums out there, all over the place. So you could have it like a different one every year, and, you know, kind of feature it. Like the Smithsonian in Washington D.C. has got absolutely beautiful museum, fantastic airplanes. You can get in there for free, so if you're somewhere nearby, it's great as a chance to sort of to double that up. But everywhere you go around the U.S., there's tons and tons of different museums. You can do different things all the time and give people something great to look at besides just going to the same old. And you know, it's about the convention, but also if you're going to travel, you might as well enjoy the travel as well and get out of the convention and see a few things outside the convention. All right, I think I'm going to have to step out of the flight deck for just a couple minutes here. Just got to go and use the lavatory. So I'm going to leave the first officer in charge for a couple minutes. It looks like everything is hunky-dory. Everything's ticking along. A little bit more than an hour and a half to go. So yeah, I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. I just got to step out, like I said, use the lab for a couple minutes, and then I will have you back. So stick with me, guys. I'll give you a nice kind of exterior view. It's kind of loud, but something nice to look at there. This way. I can have better control of this one here. This camera here. So there, kind of nice like that. Anyways, I'll leave you guys to that for just give me less than 5 minutes. I'll be back and we'll continue this flight. Stay tuned, guys, and I'll be right back with you. Alright, here we go, back with you guys again. Do I dare give my TrackIR another try right now, or do I just wait? Just wait. Let it cool off. I'm not sure what happened, because it's funny, because like, I can use it for hours and hours, I can use it for a whole day. It doesn't fail. And then just randomly, sometimes we plug it up, and the LED is just not working on it. So it's very odd, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it overheats or something at certain points, because it'll start working again after a while, but just for some reason it won't work at the beginning. Very odd, anyways. Annoying too. At the end of the day, very annoying. Alright, there we go. Nice little view out the window. The passenger view of what we're doing today. It's not too bad. Bad in the cabin here, it's pretty quiet. What the IFE is like today here. What you do, of course, is you can pull up a parallel 42. This is kind of just on one side here. And you can kind of see the different wings. Whether you're sitting out near the engines, you're looking out over the engines. It's kind of a nice view too. See the amount of detail that goes with these models when you start looking at these close-up views like this too. Just see inside the engine intake there. It's very well done. Way in the back. Of course, the little tail cam. Belly cam is kind of what I was trying to get for a while there, but it didn't work. Look at this for a second and just get rid of myself. It'd be a great screenshot, anyways, for the title card. Just get rid of myself for a couple seconds there, and then keep the title card. Not even quite symmetrical there. It is not quite the. It looks symmetrical, but it's not actually quite. Tiny bit off center. What else? What other views do we have here? I hope they bring back Chaseplane. I hope this is sort of the lead up into Chaseplane. Chaseplane was so good for so many reasons. Not the least of which was the ability to customize every single view you had as well. It's great. So you can whatever view you like, you could save it. You could even tweak them a little bit. You could save additional views. It was just such a well-designed piece of software. And then the other thing that I really loved about Chaseplane was for those moments where I do step away, and maybe it's my TrackIR. I'm actually offset a tiny bit. But for those moments where you do step away, you can put it in cinematic mode and it would just do like these nice pans across the aircraft. And just keep on doing random pans across the airplane. It was really good. It was such a simple idea, but it was so well executed. And it was great for streamers. Like I said, like I'd step away for sometimes 20 minutes or 30 minutes on one of those long transatlantic flights, and I could just set it up, and it wouldn't be boring. It'd be kind of nice because you just see different views all the time. All right, I got LAX center in range on the V-Pilot there. Still got a ways to go before we get there. Still gonna be a while. Let's just check out the navigaph here for a second and just give myself an idea of when we're gonna get to Los Angeles center here. So pretty much when we cross the border. So pretty much at Asuta. Asuta is where we'd start. So I wonder why this flight plan does not have an arrival in here, because LA's got plenty of stars. So I find it odd that there's no arrival in here today too. So let's start looking at that right now. Let's just have a look at LAX and actually let's do it this way. Let's do show me stars. How do I get to show me stars here? So just to select. Yeah, that's how I do it. So then it shows you all the stars that are available. And aha. So it looks like we've got either the Sunset 2 or the Ola 2, depending on which way we're landing here. So Sunset 2 or Ola 2. Okay. So yeah, so there is supposed to be a star transition there. So let's just have a look at, do we have an ATIS yet? No, we're not in range of the ATIS, but I can just go with this on another screen, just check it out and see these flowing west or east. Usually west. 9 times out of 10 in Los Angeles, it's west. Yeah, it's a west flow. So, so it looks like for west flow, it looks like it's the sunset to arrival. So, let's have a quick look at that. Let's just have a look at the chart here first of all. And yeah, it starts at Amor, which is pretty close to our last waypoint there. I just want to see where this transition fits in here. Okay, so Amor is, yeah, it's just a tiny bit along from Asuda. So yeah, pretty much we do Asuda direct Amor and the arrival thereafter. That should work out really well. So let's plan on that. Okay, well, you can do it. All right, let's get this out of the way here. So let's do arrivals to Los Angeles. So we're going to do the sunset arrival. Sunset 2. No transition, 25 left. Alright, and just to see what happened here, let's go ahead and scroll ahead to plan view here. Oops. And it looks like this is all worked out here. Man, not having the TrackIR headset working here is really kind of throwing me off. Looks like there's a discon between Suda and Amor, but it's a nice straight line otherwise. So once we get this discon closed up here, and it's right there, so let's just clear out the discon. Delete the discon, sorry. Can't do it that way. Okay. So we take Amor, bring it back here, close it up. Suda, Amor is all closed up now. So now we got an arrival. Los Angeles will be happy with us. Perfect. Alright, let's go back into map mode here. We haven't done a fuel check for a little while, so we're going to get a fuel check out of the way just to say it's done. Just past Omsux here. So Prague, Omsux. So let's pull that flight plan back up here. Omsux at 15:35. So if you look at that, we're even just slightly ahead of schedule here. 15:35. We had 14.5, so we're making gas, and we are coming in just a little ahead of this plan here. Still got about just over 1 hour to go here. Nothing much exciting happening. Not a whole lot of people watching today either, so I guess that means not a lot is going to happen. But what are you going to do? Just pop out really quickly onto my YouTube channel as well. That's not good. And just send out a quick message, see if I can lure in a few people who might want to watch this, the last part of the stream here. Come on. Yeah, man. It's thinking. It's really having to think about this one, apparently. That's annoying. It's just not going to want to do it. The other thing I need to do as well is, of course, I need to find a gate for arrival in Los Angeles. So YouTube is being not online there for a minute, but it's fine. KLAX. So let's just find an arrival gate for our flight as well. While I'm thinking about it, we're getting kind of ready here. So let's see here, Alaska. Alaska has a flight. This arrived yesterday, last night. So let's see here. Gate 209 Alpha. Where heck is gate 209 Alpha? Let me think here. I feel like I might know the answer to this, but let's see. Let's have a look anyways. It's the wrong one. Actually, you know, I can select the arrival now. Let's actually do that while we're here, just so it's in there. So the Sunset 2, add that to the route. And we add the ILS as well. And that'll also be ready to go here. ILS 25 left, add to route. Takes a second for it to process all this information within the sim. There we go. So now it's going to fly this nice approach there. And let's show me the parking bays. So, midfield satellite concourse. See, I don't know if this exists. That is really the gate they're saying. Gate 201 Alpha. I don't know if this exists in MSFS, so it seems like this is where they go though. 209 Alpha, 209 Bravo, 210 Alpha. I'm just looking at the flight history for this flight, and it seems to want to keep going to these gates here. And yeah, so I'm not keen on this right now, just because I don't know if that's in the scenery or not. That's my issue. I don't know if that's in the Los Angeles scenery or not right now. I know the whole international terminal is, but I think this new midfield satellite concourse, I think that's pretty new. So yeah, that's why I'm a little bit nervous about doing I don't have the I9 builds. I just have the default scenery there, so I don't know if that gate's going to be valid or not. That's the only thing. So I feel like maybe I should take one of these gates, like maybe over here in the back on 157 or something, because I feel like I don't know if this is properly modeled in the scenery or not. I don't want to get there and find out it's not. So I think what we'll do is we'll just divert ourselves over to gate 157. I know these are supposed to be all the heavy gates. Yeah, because that kind of puts you close to that. The logic behind that for me is that the Alaska was over here on Terminal 6, which is just right over here. So in terms of certainly a tow-off afterwards when all the passengers are deplaning on clear customs, the tow-off back to a domestic gate is not too challenging for that one. So yeah, I think we'll do like gate 157. That seems to be the most realistic. I don't know. I just, yeah. I don't know if MSFS has modeled that very well. If I had the LAX one, it looks like it looks like the I&I builds one is pretty up to date. But that midfield concourse is pretty new, so I just don't know. So yeah, sometimes I don't have enough faith in Microsoft to be up to date. That's all. Just because it's relatively new, they only broke ground on it a couple of years ago. It only opened a couple of years ago. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that it won't quite fit. That the gate will not be there. So let's avoid that altogether. post onto my YouTube channel since YouTube finally decided to load. Back to this, and away we go. All right, so we are getting to the point where we're just a little. I keep forgetting that my TrackIR is not working. A little over an hour till we land in Los Angeles. It's now showing 17:01 again, so we're going to start setting up here. Just a couple minutes here. We're going to get to PPE, and then Asuda there is just strolling into view. That's where we're going to start talking to Los Angeles Center. So we are getting up there. So maybe got about 15 minutes before I really want to start setting up. So if anybody has anything they want to talk about, questions, yeah. Hopefully you guys are all wide awake. Daylight savings time started for most of us in the in North America this weekend. Kind of threw me for a loop because I changed time zones, and then I got to the time zone. I'm like, why is my clock? Why is it even later than I think it is? And yeah, it turned out that my clock had already jumped ahead an hour, and I didn't even realize it. I completely forgot. Honest to God, I'd read about it, and then I just completely forgot because trouble is, especially like I said, like when you go to work in this business, you just sort of lose track of what days. They're just days. They don't even, you don't even know whether it's a Saturday or a Sunday or a Thursday. So the fact that it was Saturday night and it's supposed to be daylight savings time starting, just totally gone, completely out of my completely out of my mind until I was just ready to get ready for bed, and I looked at my clock, I looked at my watch, I'm like, why is it saying it's so late? And I was like, oh, I never set, and the daylight savings time kicked in, and I never set my watch. So, yeah. Fortunately, I realized before I went to bed, so I was on time for the report the next day. It wouldn't have surprised me if anybody was late an hour. Nobody really talked about it the day before. It was, yeah. I kind of support getting rid of it. I think it's a concept that has outlived its usefulness. Let's just say that. I don't think we need daylight savings time anymore. I think we live in such an artificially timed world anyways. It's not like we're getting up with the sun too much. Maybe we should, and that's a whole different question. But the fact that we don't, I don't think it's a necessity anymore. I think it's just it's a reason for people to be tired twice a year because you throw their clocks off. And yeah, so like, how many of you guys were late this morning, or at least were extremely tired at work this morning when you got to work just because of the time change in your body's been thrown off? I know for me, I was a little bit getting up a little bit this morning felt a little awkward, felt a little early. Certainly did feel earlier than it was. Don't get me wrong though, too. The other thing that's nice about this, about springing forward, you lose that hour, but it also means that the days are longer, that summer is coming, and I'm happy to see. I'll be happy to see this winter end. It hasn't been too bad overall, but there have been a few bad days of driving to work. There have been a few days where I drove to work and it was terrible, and I'm just like, why am I out here driving to work? You know, when there's 15 centimeters of fresh snow on the ground, why am I out here struggling to get to sim? Not even like I'm going to take anybody anywhere. It's just all for training. And why am I out on the roads at 2 and 3 in the morning trying to get to sim one time? Oh, it was brutal the one day. So I was not impressed. But the fact is that they can't cancel sim pretty much for almost anything because there's just not enough sim time left. All the sim slots are pretty much full all the time with training. The training is just good, absolutely ridiculous. A lot of companies that never used to contract out training have taken to contracting out training and sending people halfway across the globe to find an empty simulator to get some extra time, get some extra sim sessions in just to fill the sim schedule because there's just not enough time to keep these sims going all the time. There's so much training that needs to be done. And then they're going to take our one sim down and replace it with a new sim, which is going to be great because we have one of the oldest operating sims in the world. So they're going to take that down. They're going to take that finally away and replace it with a brand new sim, which is going to be great. But that's going to also require some more downtime while they swap out the sims. Because it's not a short process to swap out the sims. These things are bolted to the floor. They've got to be packed up, and you know, they're unpacking them and unpacking them, and shipping them is no easy task. They even look at like risk mitigation. There was a sim last year that was shipped pretty much right across the country. The whole idea being to kind of diversify the sims in various places, so that if one training center was taken out of commission for any reason, there was still a variety of sims available at the other training center that would help, you know, mitigate those losses, make it a little bit easier to kind of manage a loss and not lose all of your sims in one place. And they even go so far as to say they'll only ship the sims in the summer. they won't ship the sims in the winter because driving the truck, like, it's an outsized load. These things are so big, you know, it's a huge thing to put on a truck, and they truck it across the country, and the risk factor, you know, these machines are not easily replaceable. They're hugely expensive. So the risk factor of driving that thing across the country in winter as opposed to summer, with more likely treacherous road conditions in the winter, they actually won't ship them in the winter because they're that valuable that they couldn't afford to lose it. So then last summer they shipped one of the sims out to the other training center, just to again, like I said, diversify the holdings, make sure not all the sims of the same type are in the same place. So if you lose this one building for whatever reason, or it goes down even temporarily, you know, training camp doesn't completely grind to a halt. You still have some possibilities. If you can get into the sim business, man, those things are expensive. Those things will cost more than an airplane. Not so much when you get in the narrow body, but at the regional level, the sims usually cost more than the jets cost. That's how much the sims cost. They actually cost more than like, to buy the sim brand new will cost you more than one of the airplanes will actually cost you. Now you'll only buy 1 or 2 sims, but yeah, it's insane how much these sims are worth. But again, you look at like the fidelity of some of these sims, like and the back end behind them. Like, there's a whole computer room running these sims. Like, you know, we kind of all play with our sims, and we all have maybe one. Most of us have one. Maybe we'll have a second computer kind of running our sim. Like, I have my laptop, which really doesn't do anything other than just simply provides another output device for me to kind of monitor my stream and stuff like that. But like, you might have 2 sims running your computer. These guys, like these, you know, professional level simulators, you'll have a dozen computers networked together to run one simulator. The computer rooms are huge because you'll have multiple sims. You'll have like a pretty much one computer running each projector, and you'll usually have 4 to 5 projectors for each sim, maybe more. Each projector will have its own computer running the graphics just for that projector. You'll have a number of computers running the systems, running the position of the sim, running the hydraulics and the motion. Like, it's a whole bunch of computers linked together to provide this that way, just to provide the processing power to make sure that everything's smooth as possible. And it's funny the difference that it makes now. Like, we used to have some fairly old sims, and they had some pretty rudimentary graphics, and MSFS looked worlds better than some rudimentary graphics in some of these simulators. Now, the last 5 years or so, they've really been on a kick to kind of upgrade a lot of the graphics on a lot of these, and you sit down on these things and you look at them, and they're just absolutely, the graphics are absolutely phenomenal. The textures are better than you get in most of FltSim here, which it's funny that I have to say that, but like I said, like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, the graphics in the flight simulator, especially when MSFS first came out, the graphics in MSFS were better than most of the professional level flight simulators. But again, they're not obsessed with just the graphics. Most of the time, it's funny because like the one sim, they said they spent what was it, $1 or $2 million just upgrading the graphics on this sim. Same machine, but they replaced all the computers, they upgraded all the graphics, new projectors, new graphics computers, new software to run it, new improved new improved models and everything. And but before that came along, like it was like flying in P3D. So, you know, the graphics were there, and the funny thing is you spend all this money on graphics, and then 95% of the time when you're in the simulator, it's just right in front of you anyways. You take off, boom, 200 feet, you're in the clouds. And you don't see anything outside again until 200 feet on the approach, and then you see the approach lighting and everything in the airport again. You spend millions of dollars on these visuals, and 95% of the time the screen in front of you is white anyways. I mean, they're not perfect though. They're not perfect graphics. You know you're in a sim. You can tell they're computer textured graphics, but they're good enough that you can apply the procedures and a little bit of suspension of disbelief. You got to use a little bit of imagination to kind of really put yourself in that place. But it's all about the immersion. You're in this machine. It's dark. All the controls in front of you look like the real thing. When you're facing forward, talk to the guy, running the procedures. You know you're in the sim sometimes, but sometimes you forget. You're just running through the motions. You're doing it. You're training. You're flying it like you fly a real life flight. You forget. It's funny, but in the Airbus sims, they actually have a pivoting back wall. So the back wall in the Airbus, where all the circuit breakers are, so it's the same in the 737. This wall right here, they actually have, in the sims, they actually have a wall where it's actually kind of out to one side, but then actually once you sit down, what they can do is they can pivot it into place, so it's pretty much in the exact right place right behind the seat, so you could reach behind you and trip any of these circuit breakers, and then the instructor is usually just kind of sitting right here. And it's funny, we did that for the first time ever just because I had to run a couple of drills where we had to pull a couple circuit breakers. I'd never seen it actually move before. We just sort of gotten up and say, okay, I'm doing the circuit breaker, blah, 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 and kind of playing the sim game. It actually moved into place, and it's funny how that added just another whole level of immersion. It's like, wow, that wall's right behind me. I turn around and I kind of look over my shoulder this way, and all I see is a circuit breaker wall. It's like, I really am in the airplane, aren't I? It's all about the immersion, and then of course you get something where that happened with us on this last sim session, where the sim breaks down and something happens that's wrong. Either something freezes or whatever, and all of a sudden it takes you completely out of the immersion, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm just in a giant computer. I'm just in a giant box run by a computer. This is not really an airplane. And yeah, like that was probably the hardest thing about that one sim that I did last week, was the fact that we had to get out not once, not twice, not three, but 4 different times. We had to get out of our seats, had to get out of the sim, let the sim tech do a complete total reset on the sim, so it's like a 5 to 10 minute break, go get a cup of coffee, come back, and then you had to re-put in the flight plan, and it just takes you right out of the moment. And even if you go and do the flight plan, like then you're kind of like doing like a hyper fast, like, okay, we've already gone through all the motions and checked all this, so we're gonna put it in real quick. You know, just to get back to where we were, and just pick up where we were rather than start all over again from square one for the 4th time. But boy, that just takes you right out of it. So you're into it. You're kind of going through the motions. We're getting ready to fly. We're doing the briefings. We're setting up the box. We're doing everything we got to do. And then boom, all of a sudden the lights come on. It's like, okay, now everyone get out. You know, suspend time for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll try to be in the same place. And you try and get back into it, and it's just so hard to get back into it when that happens. So it's amazing how something like that can break the immersion so quickly. But one day we're flying along, and then the one visual computer crashed. And all of a sudden, like 20-25% of our visuals were just gone. Like there was just like an area right in the middle where the projector just, for a couple seconds, it just flashed the Windows needs to restart or something. I can't remember what it said. Some Windows screen pops up, and I'm like, oh great, there's Windows is now floating in space in front of me. Just completely blew the immersion right there. I'm like, Al, I don't think we're in a simulator anymore. Now I know we're just in some computer-generated hologram here. I don't think we're in an airplane anymore. And it's amazing how hard it is to get back into it once you get that sudden break. And that's why, like, when they're doing training, like, a lot of guys hate to reposition the sims. Because, you know, you have the ability to kind of put the guy back on final, or put him at the threshold runway for another takeoff. A lot of trainers really hate to do that, and I don't blame them. As a student, as a trainee, I hate that. Because it's so jarring and disconcerting, and then you have to sort of, okay, where are we now? Okay, we're on final, the gear is down, the flaps are, you know, we got flaps 3 or whatever, and you're doing 160 knots, you're 6 miles final, and it takes you 2-3 minutes to kind of really get into it. Half the time the sim starts moving, the plane starts flying, and you're not in it yet. You have to wait you have to just follow along and fly the air, like kind of go through the motion, but you're kind of flying it. You have to go for like 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes before your brain starts to buy into the, okay, yeah, no, I know where we are, I understand where we are, I understand the context now, because the context is not based so much on you telling me where we are, it's on me experiencing and knowing where we are. So when you take those jarring moves, it really is, and when the motion suddenly stops too in the sim, it's just like, it's so jarring when you're invested in it, you're believing it, and they suddenly stop it. Okay, nope, I have control, we're going to repo back to the runway, we're going to do that again, or okay, I'm going to put you back on final because you've shown me the takeoff 100 times, I don't need to see the takeoff again. It's so jarring. Some instructors, they tell you to look down when the changes are happening, just to sort of just to make you not watch the changes, because the changes can be so jarring. The computers don't like it. The airplane's computers hate it. They hate these repos because they're not realistic. All of a sudden you're on the takeoff leg, and all of a sudden you're on 10-mile final. And the computer's like, it's not possible for me to be there that quickly. And it takes the computers sometimes, the FMCs take a couple minutes to sort of catch up to where you are. When you don't do things in the sequence that these computers were designed to work in, sometimes they choke on it. They're like, I don't know where I am and what we're doing and why we are. So the people choke on it, the sim chokes on it. So most of the time when they're writing sim scripts, they try to write them where it's a continuous flight at least, and you push back off the gate, and then you go do a departure, and you take off, and then, okay, you lose an engine on the departure, so then we go and we fly around, and we come back, we do our single engine approach from there, we do a go around from that or something, and then we come back, and they try not to repo you from the air to the ground and vice versa. How do you sync the button states with the computer in these cases? So yeah, and exactly, like when you do you're in cruise, and all of a sudden, okay, now you're on final, or you're on the runway, and now all of a sudden you're on final. Yeah, the sim instructor takes control of that. So they'll tell you what to do, and when they've done it 100 times, they know exactly all the things they're looking for, the switches that get moved. But they'll miss stuff too. Like you'll do a sim session, and you'll do an unusual failure, so you'll move something to an unusual position, and the sim instructor will try and remember everything that you moved and try and tell you to get it back there. But sometimes, yeah, something will be in the wrong position, and no one will notice it for a while. But yeah, they'll be like, throw the gear down, okay, put the flaps at 2, okay, bug this speed, engage the autopilot, put your engine ignition on, and whatever else you got to do, and they'll tell you like all the steps to do, and so you're just sort of blindly doing what they tell you without thinking too much, and then once you kind of become a good trainee, you kind of learn all the things you have to do. Okay, all right, we're on approach again. Okay, so yeah, so gear down, flaps 2, whatever, and you do all these things over and over again, but it's negative training really at the end of the day too, and it takes so long to get back in there. It's so much more successful, even if it takes a little bit longer, for you to just do it as a continuous flight, fly a circuit around, come back and land again at the airport. So much more successful, so much easier to comprehend where you are and have good situational awareness for where you are. But yeah, like the last sim session we did, at some point we put the APU, the cross bleed from auto to on from one of the failures. I don't know what it was, but we put the cross bleed from auto to on because it was in the ECAM, and then we cleared the ECAM. We cleared that failure at some point, but we never put that switch back. We got everything else, but for some reason that switch got missed for like half the session, and all of a sudden when somebody looked up and said, "Oh, that's still open. Is that still supposed to be open?" And the thing is that the sim instructors take responsibility for that. Like if they've told you to set everything up and they miss something, it's not on you, it's on them. Like if they're ramming you around through if they're ramming you around through different locations and different positions, and you're in weird spots, then yeah, they take responsibility for configuring the airplane, and if they've missed something, it's their fault. They don't hold the crews responsible for it. It's up to the sim instructor to get the airplane configured the way it should be at that point. If they miss something and they have to restart, it's not held against the students, but it's still so jarring. So in the sim, do you also train ATC? If so, who's responding? Yes, 100% we do use ATC. It's always just the sim instructor. But it adds to it just adds to the immersion, the same way VATSIM adds to immersion when you're flying in the simulator. It just adds to the immersion of the whole thing. If you accept a takeoff clearance and landing clearance and approach clearance, it's part of your normal procedure, so if you want to do that part of it, it adds to it. So every time, okay, yep, contact departure, airborne, the winds are 150 at 15, you're clear for takeoff, runway 06 right, and he does it over and over again. And some guys really kind of take it seriously, some guys are pretty casual about it. I like the guys who do take it seriously, because this guy that was with us those last 2 days last week, he did a fantastic job as a controller, I have to say. Like he really good. He had a very nice, he kind of changed his voice a little bit, not really, but like kind of changed his demeanor a little bit to be very kind of sound like a very professional controller. He did a really nice job as a controller. I actually wanted to compliment, I totally forgot by the time we got out, my brain was just fried. But I wanted to compliment him on his ATC, because it really sounded very good. And it gets you in the mood. It really does kind of, you're going to, a big part of your job is communicating with ATC, whether it be normal or abnormal. It's important to do that, to follow those steps and continue to do those things. And so the sim instructor basically will play the role of everybody who's not in the flight deck. So they'll be ATC, they'll be your dispatch if you call dispatch on the radio, your maintenance control, they'll be your ramp crew when you push back from the gate, they'll be your flight attendants when you call the back, they'll play all those roles for you. So and you go through all the motions, and you step through all those roles, and you talk to all those people you would talk to, because you need to be in that thought process when you're in the sim. So yeah, they'll be the role. During COVID, we were not doing it, but now that COVID, we're kind of living back in the post-COVID world, we're back to now using headsets. So, and again, it just adds another level of realism to the sim. You put the headset on, you hear the voice coming at you through the headset. You communicate with the guy next to you through the headset. It adds another level of immersion, steps it up a notch. You begin to forget that voice is, instead of hearing the voice kind of coming from over your shoulder and you know there's a sim instructor back there, when you hear it coming through the headset, you forget that it's a sim instructor sometimes, and you're like, okay, yeah, like I buy that this guy is a controller talking to us. So and same thing even when he's calling us the ramp crew and the back end, when you hear it through the headset instead of just over your shoulder, it really kind of it just again, it kicks the immersion up a notch. It kind of puts you in that right frame of mind. So it's good like that. What's really bad is when they suddenly break that immersion. It's like, okay, sim is paused. I have control. I'm going to move you to here. Set this, and this, and do that. And it's like, oh my god. And then you spend 5 minutes setting the airplane up for this next exercise. And I get it, because like you have certain number of exercises to cover, but it's so jarring sometimes to get back into, okay, what's the next exercise? Where are we? And then you'll do like 3 or 4 different failures over the course of the sim, and you'll be on approach, be like, wait a minute, are we single engine? Are we two? Oh yeah, no, we're 2 engines on this one. We brought the engine back, or you're like, wait a second, do we have the pressurization fault still? Like because you'll do so many failures, and sometimes they'll get cleared when you get on the ground. Sometimes they'll get cleared as soon as you deal with them in the air. But you'll do them over and over again that you sometimes forget what you're doing. You're on approach. I'm like, oh, right, this is single engine approach. Oh yeah, that's right, the engine was on fire 5 minutes ago. Oh yeah, we got to definitely land and get inspected by the fire trucks. Or oh no, it's a 2 engine approach. You're gonna have to clear the runway normal. It's not surprising guys lose track of what's going on when so many emergencies get thrown at you in short order. Oh, are we still the engine fire? No. The engine fire is cleared. Now you've got a hydraulic system fault. Oh, okay, hydraulic system. Yeah, I guess we should stop. You completely kind of get out of context of where you are and what's going on, because you get so many things thrown at you so quickly. And it's like you have to forget what happened before, but it's like we're human beings. We can't. I remember something happened before. I don't remember what it was, but I remember something happened before. Does that still apply? No. You landed. You dealt with the hydraulics. You talked to maintenance. He fixed it. And now you're flying again for the 3rd time today, doing that. Something else failed. So yeah, sim training can be very jarring sometimes. It's a great experience, but sometimes it can be so jarring when the situation suddenly changes and trying to keep your mental model going with it. It's hard. It's really hard sometimes. Alright, I can see a waypoint check coming up here, and I can see a SUDA coming up there before too long, so we're going to be dealing with Los Angeles Center before too long here, in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes here. So I'm going to do one thing first here, which is I'm going to try plugging in my TrackIR one more time. Just grab this plug again and see if I can get this thing to work. Don't have a whole lot of faith. It sort of started to work and it didn't work, and if not, I'm going to go back to old red because I need to be able to move my head around. Old red is kind of comical, but let's just see if this got the infrared lights on or not. It does not seem to have worked today. It's working. I'm pretty sure that these are not on. They usually have a little bit of red glow. Or is it on? It is working. Hold on. Oh, it is working. Oh. There we go. Sorry, it's completely disorienting. My apologies for that. I'm just going to pause that there, clip this to my headset. Seems like it wants to work, though. Alright, because that definitely makes my life a little bit easier if this works. I like this more than Big Red, than Old Red. It was, for those of you that are not familiar with my channel, this is Old Red. This is what I used to use for TrackIR. I had this nice red ball cap, and I just used to, and I had my thing strapped to this, and I'd always have this on, and half the time you wouldn't even see my face because it's kind of be shielding my eyes too if I'd ever look down or anything. So it's a bit of a dirty old hat, but it does the job anyways with the TrackIR with the old sensor. But I do like the Pro sensor. It's a nicer sensor. It's less obtrusive. It kind of sticks out a little bit, so it's kind of a little bit clunky over here, but I don't even notice it. Like, it weighs nothing. It weighs nothing. It's a little bit of plastic and some LED, so it weighs nothing. And it's more precise. You're less likely to find spurious shadows. So I don't know if you've ever seen the TrackIR interface here, but it's kind of neat here. So this is the TrackIR interface right here. And so I don't know how well you can see this, but if I do this, I can probably do this way actually here. But here's the camera view. So this is what this is TrackIR showing me what it's seeing. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll do field check in a second here. But this is TrackIR showing me what it's seeing right now. Of course, because I haven't paused, it's not actually trying to track anything, but it's showing me what you've tracked here. So there's the 3 dots, and you can see that as I move my head, it's 3 dots are kind of moving in relation to each other, and that's how it determines where I am. So when you have it in track clip mode, what you'll often find is because in track clip mode, all it is in the camera itself, there's a red infrared light that points at me and then bounces off the 3 reflectors. What often happens in that case, because the light is not as intense as these 3 LEDs, is that especially if I have like a sunny spot on the wall behind me, a nice sunny day, and I got a sunny spot on the wall behind me, it'll pick up the infrared from that, and so it'll have 4 spots. It'll be trying to make calculations to figure out which of the 3 spots are the correct spots, and it'll often get the wrong spot. It'll be, because the sunlight's often more powerful than my reflectors, it'll use that as one of the calculators, so it does a terrible job. So yeah, I find the TrackIR Pro is generally more precise and less prone to spurious information there. All right, anywho, getting towards Los Angeles. I don't have the ATIS yet. I got San Diego and I got Santa Ana within range. I don't have Los Angeles within range yet, but nevertheless, ATC is still online, so I'm just going to go ahead to my VATSIM here. Los Angeles Information Victor, 7 miles scattered, 800 overcast, 1,000. So it's going to be kind of foggy when we get there. Not foggy, but overcast. Anyways, 3016 on the meter. Let's just preset that for, which I think was almost what it was when we left Guadalajara, if I remember correct. It was 3016, I think. 3016, 30, yeah, see, it's still set on the standby there. Simultaneous ILS approaches in progress, 24 right, 25 left, parallel approaches in progress, Los Angeles Hawthorne Airport, simultaneous approaches, simultaneous instrument departures in progress, 24 left and type 25 right. 5G no times in effect, caution for hang gliding 1 mile south of Los Angeles. Viewer bird activity vicinity of airport. Include your call sign and all readbacks. No times SDX system in use. A transponder with mode C on all taxiways and runways. Readback all hold short instructions. 5G no time in effect. Bird activity vicinity airport. Include your call sign. And it's kind of a little bit repetitive here. This 8 is here. Okay, but yeah, so 25 left it is. So we've got the FMS already programmed up here. Let's just grab a ref speed. So we're going to use a flat 30 landing here. That gives us a ref of 135, so it's not too bad. Just got to look up some stuff on the approach here. So back to Navigraph. Take some time to load this up. It's thinking, it's thinking, it's thinking. It's thinking, it's thinking, it's thinking. All right. So what I'm trying to do here, so I'm going to need information about the approach more than anything right now. So ILS are load 25 left. So what I need to know is frequencies, 1099 and inbound course, 251. .099, 1099, and 251. Set course 251 on your side. Set course on your side 251.
251 set.
251 set. Sounds excited about it. 304 feet for the minimums for this one. Doing the wrong bloody knob here. Yeah. Okay, so 304. Barrel 304 is set. Alright, and what I'm going to do as well, because I always forget this until we start doing the briefing today, I'm going to actually do it ahead of time here. No, it is... nope. This one. That's what I'm looking for. Star, ILS, landing flap 30, bleeds on, dry runway, auto brake, do 2, single engine taxi, no, going to a gate, APU, start the APU right away. Threats terrain, final sector, no, minimum altitude, 304, missed approach altitude, 2000, final approach fix, 1900. There. For once, I remember to set this up beforehand. Alright, so that's all set up on there. Let's see here. Let's just have a quick page through this here. You have control.
I have control.
Alright, so he has control while I set up for this approach here. So let's just go ahead and go to the legs page here and make sure we got everything. So starting with the Sunset 2 RNAV arrival, let's just make sure we got everything in here. So starts at Amor, Rancho above 260, Sunset 280 between 240 260, Soleil below 190, Lava 17,000, Lamp above 15,000, Snyder, Sender above 14,000 feet, Sivu 270 14 to 12. Yep, that's all in there. And then I'm pretty sure it's going to say plan. Expect 25 left unless otherwise signed. Sounds good to me. Pardon me. There's Sivu, so it's the long final here. So essentially we have to change that approach transition here. So 25 left. We're doing the Sivu transition. There we go. That should do it. Alright, so it looks like all those are still in there. Sivu, 270 to 14. And then some Crane above 10. Tarok above 9. Dymo above 8. Fueler above 7. Gate above 5. Honda above 3600. And Gigi at 1900 is the FAF there. Alright, so it looks like that's all in there. And then missed approach is climb 2000 heading 251. Until crossing the SMO VOR 160 radial. Then a left turn on a heading 236 and outbound on the SMO 195 radial to the Catley intersection and hold at 2000. So pretty much just past the departure end. Yeah, a little bit of a turn there. Okay, yeah. Alright, that all looks good. I think we got everything set up here. Alright. Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Alright, so today we're doing the Sunset 2 RNAV arrival into Los Angeles on flight 10-2 X-ray. And actually, one thing I'm going to do here, while I'm just thinking about it, I added this arrival, but I did not actually do any, put it in the flight plan here. So I'm going to just drop in the flight plan so ATC knows what we're doing here. So Amor and the Sunset 2. Alright, so Sunset 2, radar required, RNAV 1 required, DDR GPS required, turbojets only, Los Angeles landing west, expect 25 left, and Sunset Star ATC assigned only. Oh, well, too bad. I'm assigning it to myself. Yeah. I don't have any ATC to ask. If I had ATC here in Mexico, I'd ask, but nobody's online, so screw it. I'm going to do it anyways. Pardon me. At the end of the star, we're going to transition onto the ILS runway 25 left, plate 11-7, 7th October. So we got the low frequency 1099 set twice. The final approach course 251 set both sides. GG 1900 and the ILS DA of 304 feet. That's all correct. Let's see, touchdown zone at 104 feet. The missed approach is as published or is otherwise signed by ATC. The highest sector is north of the field at 7700. Simultaneous approach is authorized, including with Hawthorne, features ILS glide path not coincident, the LSM path is left, just have 2 lighting. SSALR until the weather goes below VFR, Pappy's on the right. Yeah, so we're just going to follow this flight plan all the way down, abided by any ATC clearances. When we land on runway 25 left, it's a convenient right turn off the runway, and then we have to make sure that we are holding short of the inner runway till we're cleared to cross. So I expect we're probably going to land somewhere around exit somewhere around Hotel 6 or 7. And yeah, we'll hold short of the other runway until we're instructed to cross. We're going to gate 157, I think we said. So right there in the corner. Oh, I thought I pinned this, but I didn't. Shoot. Pin that right now because let's see here. Taxi. Parking for terminals 1 to 8. 157. 157 is the gate we're going to. So go to gate 157 and call it a day. Try to cue the GSX before we get there. Yeah, terrain is obviously an issue north of the airport more than anywhere else, north and east. So in the direction we're landing, when we do the overshoot, straight out over the ocean. Not too much terrain out over the ocean, so we should be good there. Let me think here. I see your question. Let me just finish what I'm thinking of here. So terrain, again, weather. So it's not great. It's not terrible. Should be able to get in. Our alternate is Las Vegas. So it's a bit of a long slog out to Las Vegas. So here's hoping we get into Los Angeles. Las Vegas is beautiful right now. Few at 9,000, 10 miles visibility. Even Los Angeles, it's scattered 800, overcast 1,000. So I don't see us having any problem. 7 miles visibility. I don't see us having any problem getting in. We won't spot the airport till we're about a minute from touchdown, but we should be okay for that. Yeah, I think that's about it. Let's see here, operational, so nothing's failed on the aircraft, everything's still functioning. NOTAMs for arrival into Los Angeles here, so let's just have a quick look at the Los Angeles NOTAMs. Steel plates, Delta, Golf, Delta 1, Alpha 4, no, none of these are taxiways we're planning to use here. 25 left is closed daily overnight. That's fine. SIDS we don't care about really. Approaches 25 left, ILS low 25 left, straight in low minimum, that's fine. We're doing the ILS, not the low only. ILS 25 left, Cat 2 or 3, not applicable, okay, and then nothing for the stars, okay, so yeah. So that's all I've got, and then fuel situation, just a quick check here. We are going a little higher cost index than planned, but we did have a bit of extra fuel loaded, and we had some surplus fuel to begin with. So survey says landing 8.4, 5.5 is the diversion to Las Vegas. Is that 5.5? Seems like not very much to go to Vegas, honestly. I mean, Vegas is not far, but it's not close either. Let's just see here. LAS, 3,500 plus a final reserve of 2,000. Yeah, 5,500. That is correct. Okay, so 5,500 to go to Las Vegas. It would take us 41 minutes. I'm hoping we not to do that. I have some stuff I gotta do after this, so kind of hoping to stick to the plan here. Any questions?
No questions.
Do you need a lot of math to be a pilot? No. There's lots of pilots that are very bad at
Stand
math.
by.
I have control. Yeah, there's a lot of pilots that are very bad at math. So no, you don't need to be good at math to do it. It helps.
Checked.
Don't get me wrong.
You have control.
Descent checklist.
Descent checklist. Pressurization. Landing altitude is 150 feet. Recall. Checked. Auto brake. Level 2. Landing data.
VREF 135. Minimums 304 feet set.
VREF 135. Minimums 304 feet. Approach briefing.
Completed.
Descent checklist complete.
Thank you. Yeah, it helps. It helps because you're often doing lots of little bits of mental math, and there's tons of rules of thumb, just to sort of, again, like I kind of talked about with the sim earlier, just to really kind of give you a chance to make some quick decisions and sometimes some quick math. So, you know, you're not always necessarily interested in precision, but just ballpark. How much fuel do I have? Well, I've got, I'm burning 2,000, 2,500 kilos an hour, and I've got 1,500 kilos in the tank. Well, it's a little bit more than half an hour. That kind of math. You don't have to be really good at it, but you just be able to sort of pull short, quick numbers out of your head. It definitely helps. As far as precision, the flight management system will usually make precise calculations for you, so you don't have to make your own precise calculations. Where you need to be able to do some math, it's just, again, like I said, very basic stuff in your head, but be able to make sure stuff makes sense. And you'll add stuff, you'll kind of add fudge factors to your weight balance sometimes, your performance numbers. And oftentimes what I'll do is I'll verify that the information I'm given looks right by just sort of adding stuff up, like looking at the fuel and does the if I look at my flight plan and I add up and I add up, like, you know, whatever my extra fuel is plus my minimum fuel, does that up to my block fuel? You know, when I look at the weights, do the weights add up? You're often doing kind of little basic double checks. They're not necessarily intensely precise, but you just want to kind of get ballpark and say, yeah, that sounds about right, just to sort of verify that things are in the right place. Because there are sometimes mistakes made, and if you find a mistake, if you find something that sort of looks a little bit off, you should always kind of investigate a little further and say, hey, what's going on? And the other time you need to do math in the logbook at the end of the day, which is, of course, the worst time of day to do it after you've had a long, hard day flying for 8 hours, 10 hours. Then you got to suddenly do these weird math tests. And you're like, I just want to go home. I don't want to be doing the math test right now, adding up the logbook. That's when you got to do it at the end of the day. So, yeah, it's yeah, it helps. Not a necessity by any means, but it helps. All right, I think that's close enough. I think we're gonna start pinging LA Center here. Oh, and he logged off. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, for crying out loud. Los Angeles Center logged off. Tower's still there. Actually, there's a tower now in Los Angeles, so hopefully he'll stick around there. But, oh, man, really? I thought we were going to finally have some ATC. I was all excited to call him, and he's gone. Ooh. Sucker. Okay, well, I guess I don't have to worry about that then. Let's just do one more fuel check. We kind of checked the fuel just to make sure it was good, so we're going to do one kind of last time fuel check here, just as we pass Axasa. Alright, so quick time check here. We're just passing it now here, so 16:25. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule here based on the plan here. Axasa at 16:25. We're about 2 minutes early. And fuel 10.3. I mean, within reason for my slight delay here on doing the fuel check. Very much, we're not leaking fuel to any great degree. If we are, it seems like we're pretty much more or less on target the whole time. And actually, if I look down here at the progress page, so we actually have 10.6. We actually passed that point. I'm a minute or so late here. So I would say that we're not leaking fuel. We're sticking to the plan. The plan is working out well. We're on time. Everything's coming together nicely. Just crossing over the southern part of Mexico, just getting ready to cross over into the U.S. and commence our descent into Los Angeles. Hopefully my frame rate will keep up for the arrival into Los Angeles today here. Hoping. Hi. It's amazing how fast these flights go. Like, it's hard to believe that this has already been almost a 3-hour flight. Like, I have been here for a while, and I have been talking for a while, and my throat is the number one thing that kind of reveals this to me. By the time I get the 4-hour mark, I don't think I could do any streams much longer than this, because my throat dies after about 3 to 4 hours of talking straight. I tend to have a sore throat for the whole rest of the day. I don't know how some of these guys do as much streaming as they do. Some guys do a lot of streaming. You know, you're talking like daily or almost every day for 3 hours a day. That's a lot of talking. I guess there's people who work in radio who do the same thing. So I find for me, like after about 3 hours, I've reached as much talking as I can do. Well, yeah, and that's funny. You just mentioned that they don't speak nonstop. I thought the same thing as soon as I said it. I'm like, yeah, I guess they usually, especially like on the music stations, they're just talking in between for 5 minutes here, and then they play 10, 15 minutes worth of music, and then they talk for 3 to 4 minutes maybe, and then another 20 minutes worth of music. So they're not doing that much talking, even on talk radio. Yeah, and that's the thing. Talk radio usually then the shows are shorter. They usually ask people to talk for maybe an hour, and then that's it. That's a solar farm over there because it looks very organized over there. Solar farm, or maybe it's some kind of a irrigation system maybe. Use the water to irrigate something. Some crop that needs a lot of water, like rice or something. Not that I think they grow rice here, but there's other crops like that like to be underwater for a good portion of their life cycle. Well, thanks. I'm glad I kind of shared a lot. I really enjoyed that sim session last week, and I wanted to talk about it because I thought it was just a great example of the kind of stuff that it's not the stuff that immediately comes to mind. People think of pilots being very technical people, and they are very technical people, but there's a whole soft skills aspect to it, very non-technical aspect to being a pilot, especially being a captain, that is not nearly as thought about outside of aviation circles. Everyone thinks pilots are very highly technical, and this is it. Just because you know how to fly the airplane, you know how to be a captain. And just because you know a lot about the airplane does not necessarily make you a good captain. And conversely, people who are good captains sometimes do not know a lot about their airplanes, but they are really good captains because they're good at the management aspect. They rely on a good first officer who maybe knows their airplane a little better, but they're very good managers. And that is, at the end of the day, that is the biggest thing. As the captain, you're the manager of the flight. You're the person who's responsible for overseeing the whole flight as a whole, making sure everything happens the way it's supposed to, and making those decisions and answering for those decisions at the end of the day too, if you have to. And I gave one guy a nice piece of advice though in the comment to the last video there. He complimented me on the video, and I said he recently got his PPL, and I said, yeah, like one of the best things I remember trainers telling me is that especially when they're doing line and dock and they're deciding whether or not to release a new first officer who's brand new on the airplane on the line, they basically look at them and they say, how would I feel if this person was the only person flying the airplane and my family's in the back? Do I think they could get it down on the ground safely? You know, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You know, I mean, if it's a 2-crew airplane and then one pilot passes out and the first officer's left holding the bag, it doesn't have to be perfect. Can he do it though? And if they have confidence that they would say, yeah, I would have no problem putting my family in the back of an airplane with this guy up front, then good enough, pass. That's kind of the criteria that a lot of trainers use. If I would not want to put my family on an airplane with whoever I'm evaluating here, if I would not feel comfortable having my family sit behind them, I'm definitely not letting anybody else's family sit behind them either. So yeah, dude, always be, you know, you're not always going to be able to follow the rules. Make sure you can justify when you had to bend a rule. It can be very hard to stay calm. Yeah, so it can be. I think it's very hard to stay calm in stressful situations. It can be, absolutely, and the key is training. First of all, is useful for that, because you train to deal with stressful situations and learn that there's not as much stress maybe as you think. Pilots can be very bad at imposing the stress upon themselves, getting themselves into a bad situation, sometimes overthinking stuff, sometimes just not being knowledgeable enough, and then if they don't have enough knowledge about how the aircraft works or their procedures, then they may become unconfident themselves and their ability to make a decision. But yeah, training and then kind of reverting back to basics. When things really start to go bad, revert back to basics. The most important thing when something happens in the airplane, and I hope I showed this in the stream last time, was make sure you fly the airplane first of all. So pretty much when these 3 screens went blank and I was flying along, I was like, okay. So the first thing I think to myself is, okay, so I've lost obviously something major. Do I still have the autopilot flying the airplane? So I looked over to the FOs who still had his screens on, and everything still lit up. Still had all the FMA was all green. Still had command lit up, which meant the autopilot was still flying. So I'm like, okay, the autopilot's flying. That's number 1. So we know what's happening, and that's basically one of the first things that's one of the first things you want to see pretty much in any unusual situation is you want to see the pilot take a breath and step back to normal procedures. So fly the airplane. You know, if I'm the person flying and something abnormal happened, okay, something abnormal happened. First of all, I'm going to look up here and say, is everything still where it should be? Have I lost anything? Because, you know, depending on the airplane and the systems, you might lose some of your guidance, or you might lose your autopilot. You have guidance but no autopilot. So first thing you do is look up. As soon as something happens, you don't go and press the button in a hurry and start pushing random buttons. You take a breath and you read what's in front of you. Say, okay, FMC speed, LNAV, PNAV path, command. Okay, so the autopilot's still flying. We still have a valid flight plan in front of us. It's still completely managed. It seems to be management seems to be sticking. Okay, then you can tell the other guy, okay, start running the procedure, start running the drill. But nothing in an airliner ever really happens in a panicky state. And again, I've had people say that if you're ever rushing to do something in an Airbus, you're doing something wrong. There's nothing in the Airbus that ever needs to be rushed. But sometimes you need to do that. You need to take that step back, take a breath. That is probably the most important emergency procedure of all for pilot, is take a breath. Just breathe in, breathe out, and assess the situation a second time before you start doing something. There have been way too many incidents that have happened where pilots have panicked because they just see something go wrong and they immediately do something. And you know, we've had people feather the wrong engines and things like that. Can autopilot fly the airplane with engines off? Depends on the airplane, and depends. It very much depends on the airplane. So some airplanes are very good at flying single engine. Usually, if you have a dual engine failure, you also have electrical issues, which usually means you've lost the autopilot if you have a dual engine failure. So 2 engines fail, you're probably hand flying the airplane. But single engine failure, most autopilots, especially in modern airliners, will usually keep the airplane flying. There may be limitations. I know the one airplane we had, single engine approaches had to be hand flown. The autopilot could fly, you know, kind of in-flight cruise, climb, descent on single engine, but the approach itself had to be flown manually. Whereas the Airbus, it's a non-event. Engine fails with the autopilot on, you don't have to turn the autopilot off again until after you've landed if you don't want to. The autopilot will handle it completely. So in most modern airliners, the autopilot will handle a single engine failure without too much issue. There may be restrictions on it, so you have to be familiar with your own particular autopilot in the aircraft. I honestly don't know the 737. I would imagine you probably can fly with an engine failed with the autopilot on, and you can do an approach and landing with the engine failed, but I don't know to a certainty. All right, we're going to go ahead and set, I believe it was 11,000 for Cebu was the altitude. Let's just do it this way. This is probably going to be faster trying to wind that down. It's just click and hold. And I believe it was 7,000 for Cebu. Let's just check the restrictions in here. Compare to Cebu, 14,000. 12 to 14,000. Okay. Well, let's set 12,000 for now and let it go down to 12,000. It'll pick its optimum profile. See the top descent points coming up. The descent check's already done, so we're good. Yeah. Older airplanes, turboprops often you can't fly with the single engine fail. Like even in the Airbus on the V1 cut, you can put the autopilot on above 100 feet. So you lose an engine at takeoff right after V1, and all you got to do is get it up to 100 feet, trim the rudder, put the autopilot back on. The autopilot deal with it. The airplane I was flying before that, you couldn't put the autopilot on before 1,000 feet, so you had to hand fly the engine failure. If the engine failed on departure, you had to hand fly till 1,000 feet, and then you're like, autopilot on. All right, now I can relax a little bit. The one airplane I flew, you could put the autopilot on single engine only after the airplane was cleaned up. So you do the engine failure and departure, you get to the level off altitude, you have to level off, accelerate, retract the flaps, and then once the flaps are fully retracted, then you can put the autopilot on. So it depends on the airplane. 100% depends on the airplane, what it's been designed to, but the general trend these days with modern airplanes, there's retard, is that, yeah, for a single failure like that, like a single engine failure, it's not a big issue, and the autopilots are usually able to handle it. All right, down we go into Los Angeles. Hopefully this tower control release will still be on when we get there. We're not going to be all by ourselves. We get some ATC to show for today. I put 20.95, which is the tower frequency in there. There we go. Yeah, good questions though. You know, it's funny things like you kind of take for granted when you've done them long enough that you don't even think about, but other people, you know, looking in from the outside don't necessarily think about these things, or maybe are thinking about these things that I'm not thinking about anymore because I've been doing them for so long. So it's an interesting question. It's a very valid question. I'm pretty sure most airplanes, though, in terms of if you were to have a dual engine failure, you want to be hand flying that airplane anyways because you want to be kind of targeting the right speeds and feeling out the airplane. And yeah, in most cases, because you're going to lose electrical systems as soon as you lose two engines, usually the autopilot's going to go with that. You're not going to have an autopilot if you've lost both engines. Which is fine anyways, because you're probably going to want to be managing that operation a little bit better anyways yourself. You're going to know the speeds you're going to want to go to. You're going to want to go to those speeds right away and start thinking about options if you had dual engine failure. It's pretty rare, but I mean, never say never. Alright, so here comes that cloud layer. It's sort of south, it's great, and then up here it's just a little bit dreary. So we're just kind of coming across here. So I think we've already passed San Diego. San Diego, I think, was off to the... Actually, not quite yet. It's just out over there, just about our 10 o'clock. So it is a little bit ahead. We're going to pass it here shortly. And the traffic one, right? We didn't keep guess all those time. Turn at Rancho above 260. Sunsets between 26 and 24. So we're on trend nicely to make that. Right on profile. Everything's looking good for us right now. We'll have to start watching out for traffic as we approach LA because I'm sure it's one of those popular airports. There's always people in and out of LA. I'm worried a little bit about how my frame frame rate's going to do with this many airplanes. He's got 5 departures on the ground. One guy on final right now. A couple guys inbound. There's one guy coming in ahead of us here from the southeast. There's 2 guys coming in from the east. So there's definitely a few arrivals on their way to LAX right now. So we'll have to keep our eyes open, keep our eyes peeled for traffic, adjust our course as we need to. Let me just check the ATIS here now that we're in range and just see if it's updated at all. It's information Victor. That's what we had before, yeah. So still no change right now. It's probably going to be Victor all the way down until we get there. How are we doing now time-wise? So we're landing at 1706. So it's pretty good. FMC speed, LNAV, VNAV path. Sync up my thrust levers there. Alright, well, so far we've had a relatively uneventful flight. It's good though, we had lots of chances to talk to. Last flight I didn't even talk about all that much that wasn't related to the failure, just because the failures kind of dominated the whole thing. But I enjoyed that though, I thought that was great. I really did. Alright, here comes FMC speed again. Let's put the power back on there to keep the speed up a little bit. So yeah. Not getting any ILS receiver yet. And then back to idle again, retard. So crossing sunset at 280 knots. Yeah, we're pretty much bang on. It's looking good. Below Soleil below 190. Now it's kind of expedited the descent a little bit to make the next restriction. Snow in the mountains out there. I was reading about some of the places that after years of drought, all of a sudden California seems to be having a surplus of snow this year. It went further south than it goes most years, and the depth is incredible. Some places, they said in the Rockies, they've measured 50 feet of snow so far this year, which is way above average and is finally starting to break the drought. But the trouble with this drought in the Southwest is that it's been such a long term, it's been so severe for so long that, like, they've taken it mostly out of severe, or they've taken it mostly out of extreme, but it's still considered a severe drought because it's just, there's so little water in the system in general, even with all this snow. Hopefully it'll melt slow enough that it'll seep into the ground, replenish the groundwater, and you know, be able to run off and begin replenishing the reservoirs. But a lot of the reservoirs, it's going to take multiple years of wet winters to really refill some of these reservoirs down here. But that being said, like, you're just reading about some of these places where the towns have just been completely cut off for days and weeks in some cases, especially in some of the more rural areas where the snow is just so deep the roads are completely impassable and unplowable. And you've got, like, Good Samaritans going out in snowmobiles and four-wheelers, trying not to get stuck and trying to just sort of bring supplies and just do wellness checks on people who are living in these very remote rural locations where the snow has just been so incredible nobody can get around anymore. Alright. A little bit more cloud up ahead here. Probably need to get the engine anti-ice on here soon. Oh, already our TAT's up to -6 here, so it's not doing too bad. It's warm enough in Los Angeles that we may not have to worry about the TAT too much. Alright, oh, and you know what I did not do? The flight back down here, not change the transition back to a standard 18,000. So we'll do that now. I'll get the alert at the standard transition instead of a weird transition. Oh, I didn't even notice that lava lamp. The waypoint's Soleil, but then lava lamp. Aha, funny stuff. Trying to focus in a little bit more here, make sure that I'm kind of keeping up with what's going on here. It's so easy with these highly automated airplanes to just sort of say, yep, it's doing its thing, let it do its thing. And really it behooves the pilot to still monitor it and make sure. And it's not easy because, like I said last time, these are airplanes that are incredibly reliable. They work so well most of the time, the odds of a failure happening are almost nil. It's not impossible. It does happen from time to time, but it's so infrequent that you kind of just assume it's always going to work, and it's very hard to kind of monitor. As silly as it is, monitoring can be a really tough thing to do. Human beings are not designed for. Human beings are designed for stimulus. We react to stimulus. Try to react to no stimulus. Yep, nope. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to, and nothing. No lights are coming on. It's perfect. Try and do that for more than 5 minutes. Everyone falls asleep doing that. All right, so we're trying to keep 280. We got to hit 270 at Cebu between 12 and 14,000. My heading bug synced here as well. Also ran out of coffee too, which is not helping my throat either. So yeah, probably drank enough coffee anyways. Feel the need to return even more of it to nature. See any targets on the TCAS just yet. I'm just going to have a quick glance over again at VPilot, just because I'm the only, well, I'm not the only one out here, so I kind of need to keep an eye on these things. This guy going, oh, that guy's in the caravan, so I'm going to follow these two guys. So these two guys are coming in from the east, and there's another couple guys way behind them, but these two guys are coming in from the east. It looks like they're going to beat me in by a little bit. So it's actually good. I'll fall in behind them nicely, but there's lots of airplanes on the ground in Los Angeles now. There's 9 airplanes on the ground in Los Angeles, so it's a busy day in LA. Alright, there's transition. Transition, set altimeter 3016.
Three, 0, 1, 6, set, passing, 17,600. Now.
Pretty much bang on. It sounds like he's saying sex instead of 6 every time though. That's the New Zealand accent right there. Alright, what's up, TAT? TAT +2. We're going to need engine anti-ice, I think, still on this descent for at least a little bit of the descent here, especially when we start slowing down again. So we approach next decel waypoint, Cebu there, and I can see the decel waypoint there in 30 miles. Here goes lava. 17,000 exactly. Lamb's going to be above 15,000. Oh, and I see a target on the TCAS. This is one of the guys I'm following in, but look at him, he's 30 miles ahead on this approach, so I don't think it's going to be an issue following these guys. Time is going to work out nicely. Just waiting to get this anti-ice on here in another minute or so. Set up some frog page. It's minus 13. It's not too bad for 16,000 feet. Some higher mountains off to the east there. To 11.5. I think that's over near where Palm Springs is. I think it's Palm Springs on the other side of that mountain there. That's a fun approach into Palm Springs. A little bit challenging to do there. Okay, 280. Alright, let's get that engine anti-ice on. Alright, so we're going to disappear into the clouds here at 14,000, 15,000 feet. We probably won't break out of them until we're at about 1,000 feet. Unless there's layers in between, maybe. Lost that traffic, but like I said, I'm not too worried about him. I think it's pretty well ahead of me here on that approach. He's already pretty much starting the ILS there. And I'm still 30 miles away from starting it, so I think we're going to slot in behind him nicely. clamp. 4,000. Center above 14,000. Descending pretty slowly to make that next restriction. You know what we'll do is we'll get the belts on now. Probably gonna get bumpy when we get in there. Usually we do two chimes to indicate that we're doing the approach checklist here. Do the rest of the stuff here. Lights on. In-range checklist. Oh, I'm sorry. Approach checklist.
Landing checklist. Engine
Nope.
start switches.
Cancel checklist.
Roger.
Approach checklist.
Approach checklist. Altimeters.
3016 set.
3016. Set. Approach checklist completed.
Alrighty. Got about 40, 50 miles to go here. It's typical America. Start down super early and just sort of idle it. Not idle. Fly down at about half power all the way down. Stars are always long and they're never very efficient in America. Alright, so coming up to center about 14,000, then we're going to be Cebu between 12 and 14, 270. And to step ourselves down on the ILS because the ILS usually in the sim doesn't kick in until about 18 to 20 miles back, which is the normal parameter, but a lot of ILSs are much more powerful and will kick in long before that. Alright, in we go. Everything's starting to get a little chunkier as we go here. Not surprising though. Can't see it below the clouds, but there's a dense urban area forming beneath us and it's going to require a lot of rendering power to keep going, so. Only getting dark and dreary in here though. At a +8, it's not too bad, but then when we slow down, the TAC is going to decrease a little bit here. Part of that is due to the friction from our high speed. There's idle pretty much here. In a second, we're going to get this deceleration waypoint.
1000 to level.
Roger. Okay, turn these things down, they're just too bright. Alright. For 270 knots at Cebu. I'm pretty sure we're 10,000 for the next fix. Crane, 10,000, yep. So we'll just start stepping it down after this. There's retard. Here's the trend down to 270. It's a very short decel anyways. $20.95 is ready to go for the tower. It is. There's Cebu, so go ahead, 10,000. ENAV path. Just down a little bit, try and get that path back. So where is Crane? Crane's about 20 miles final. 40 miles final.
$1,000 to level.
Roger. Perfectly on American 165 LAX 25 left 13 miles. Yeah. Nice and far ahead of me. the ILS to even kick in here, so we have to just track the LNAV inbound initially here. Now let's come back to the 250 knots at 10,000. Perfect. After that, it'll be 9,000, 8,000. TI on above plus 10 degrees. It's right on the cusp right now. It's plus 10. I want to see this decel to 250 knots. I don't think it's below 10. Okay, that's fine. We'll take the engine anti-ice off. Sitting right there at the cusp. Plus 10. It's only going to get warmer as you go down probably. So FMC speed, VNAV path. Reset FMC altitude. Yeah, there's that fixed. So there's 9,000. Armed. Can I arm approach mode without the localizer being received? I can.
10,000.
FMC glide
Cabin
path.
crew prepare for landing.
Los Angeles traffic, Alaska 290 is 25 miles final runway 25 left. It's 25 now. We're getting here. No, we're more than that. We're 40 miles out. Yeah. That was way off. Oops. If anyone responds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be arriving at our destination shortly.
If anybody responds, then we'll correct it. We're nobody's responding, so I'm going to go speed intervention and keep it at 240 knots for now. Get a little further down there. There's 9,000, here comes 8,000.
We'll be collecting all service items, newspapers, and any other items you wish to discard or may not be taking off the aircraft.
At some point here, we're going to get a localizer.
Also, in preparation for landing, please turn off all electronic devices.
FMC glide path, I don't know the localizer yet.
Other carry-on items. Please use caution when opening overhead bins as items may have shifted during our flight. Please stow your tray tables and return your seats to their upright positions and check the security of your seatbelt. We will be landing shortly. Thank you.
There's 7,000 feet to the next fix. Stepping it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we start our descent, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their upright positions. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stowed underneath the seat in front of you or an overhead bin. Please turn off all electronic devices until we are safely parked at the gate.
Put
Thank you.
some flaps out there in a minute here. Yeah, 25 miles now. So somewhere before gate we should get hopefully get the localizer and the glide slope up. 7,000, the next fix is 5,000, so we're on target for 7,000. So go ahead and set 5,000. Flaps 1.
Speed checked.
Pretty much just at the speed, just keep on slowly bleeding back here.
Flaps 1 set.
Little by little. Still no glide slope yet. Soon. Thinking after this one, under 3,600 for sure. We should get it by 36. And when you see the runway come into view at the top, this is what I'm looking for too. I'm looking for the runway to come into view at the very top. Oh, kind of just breaking out a little bit, and we got a little bit of ground contact out there. It's mucky though, very mucky. When the runway starts to come into view at the top here, that means it's 20 miles away, so I think that's the runway, not quite yet. Just after we get the runway in view at the top, it should kick in. I think Microsoft Flight Simulator pretty much has a standard of about 18 miles back for the localizer to kick in.
1,000 to level.
Roger. Alright, let's go ahead and get this up to tower. My sim's having a little more trouble with this now. Flaps 5.
Speed checked. Flaps 5 set.
Roger. There's a a lower layer hanging out there towards the airport. Just need some panel lighting. It's getting so dim in here. Just a little bit. Crazy. Alright, we're going to level off there. Let's go 3600 for Honda, and by 3600 at Honda we should have the ILS up. I'm expecting, yeah, here comes the runway into sight here, so I'm expecting any second now we're going to get, there it is. VOR glide path.
Okay, thanks. Captain, the cabin is secure.
Thank you.
Tower, Swiftair 186, clear up to 4 right on Bravo Bravo.
Swiftair 186, where are you parking it?
Alright, so glide path.
Swiftair 186, where are you parking it, sir?
Just approach altitude.
Yep, trying to find my paper. Oh my god. I believe it's nearby Charlie 1, Swiftair 186.
Okay, cross runway 24 left at Bravo Bravo Echo Alpha Alpha Bravo, and then it'll take you all the way down to Charlie 1.
Los Angeles Tower, good afternoon. Alaska 290 on the ILS 25 left.
Alaska 290, LA Tower, runway 25 left, clear to land, wind 2304.
25 left and cleared to land. Alaska 290, thank you.
LA Tower, Canada 111 Heavy with the PDC and Victor ready to taxi, planning 24 left.
Flaps 15, set.
Set the speed to 170 for now. I kind of did that a little faster than I probably should have. That was an error. Not familiar enough with my airplane, so we'll get out. We'll break out.
Air Canada 111, or Concord, Air Canada 111, taxi runway 24 left via Echo.
Just a little bit far. It might have been a
24
little bit
left
far
via
out top the gear.
Echo, Air Canada 111 Heavy.
Make sure we're going to slow down too here.
United 108 back with you. Could you just repeat that departure frequency?
United 108, need departure frequency 124.5.
United 108, 124.5.
Big contrast from the last time we were here when we landed in Los Angeles 2 weeks ago. It was super sunny. And then this week it's just dreary.
Yeah, 108 will be ready at 25 right.
United 108, traffic rolling out on the parallel with a no contact, runway 25 right at Bravo 1, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 25 right, United 108.
Threat is 135, so we can get back to 140 here. Alright, 140. GG.
Final approach fix. Alright, checked. Most approach altitude is set.
Flaps 30.
Speed checked.
United 108, RNAV to Docker, wind 260 at 6, runway 25 right at Bravo 1, clear for takeoff.
United 108, are on the Docker, clear for takeoff, 25 right.
Landing checklist.
Landing checklist. Engine start switches.
Continuous.
Speed brake.
Armed.
Landing gear.
Down.
Flaps.
Flaps 30, green light.
Landing checklist completed.
Roger.
Checked.
Cleared.
1,000.
1,000 feet. Stable.
Alright. Nothing left to do but land.
United 108, contact departure 124.5, so long.
United 10, order departure 124.5.
Autopilot's coming off.
Las Vegas. Radar vectors via heavy departure, tag, the Crescent 5 arrival to Las Vegas. Maintain 5,000, expect 11,000 after 5 minutes. Departure frequency 120.95, transponder 474.
Stable.
500 feet.
2 Sierra Papa, no need to read back pre-departure clearance, sir.
300. Glide slow.
Approaching minimums.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Tower Canada 111 heavies ready. 24 left.
Landing.
Air Canada 111 Concord, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Final there.
Line up and wait. 24 left. Air Canada 111 heavy.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Why is the thrust not coming off at all here? Auto thrust, you're useless. Ah.
Tower Creator,
That's horrible.
4 heavy, ready, coming
That's it, go around.
Last pilot calling readable, your microphone
around
seems like
flaps.
it's a lot of static.
That was terrible.
Apologies, Korean Air 224 heavy, ready, copy IFR.
You're up.
Gear up. Autopilot.
Alaska 290, just confirm you're going around.
Confirm Alaska 290 is go around.
I'm maintain 2000, flight runway heading, contact approach 124.5.
Runway heading in 2000, Alaska 290.
LA Tower, Korean Air 224 heavy.
This is going horribly.
Korean Air 224 heavy, your microphone's broken, sir. Every time you keep talking, it's just static.
Flaps 15.
Speed checked. 1,000 to level.
Flap 0.
Speed checked. Flaps 15 set. Flaps
Oh, I
up.
forgot I had the auto thrust on. Does not help.
Welcome to Lucero, good morning.
Man here.
Highway 6310, the first America clearance up to Monterey Regional. We have information, Victor.
West 5310, clearance on question number 2.
2,500.
Alright, it's been 210. Autopilot's on.
9 set.
And we're just,
Checked.
yes. There we go, down to 2000. There we go.
Air
And what's the
Canada
departure
111 Concord, wind 260 at 6, runway
Wow, he didn't do
24
anything
left,
for my
clear
go-around
takeoff
there. It was
RNAV,
horrible.
Delray.
And I don't know why it came down to thrust never came off in the flare.
Air Canada 111 heavy,
Which has
cleared
happened
off
before on this
24
airplane.
left for Delray. Thanks for being online.
Van Nuys and a Smiles. Climb maintain 3,000. Expect 9,000. 5 minutes after departure. Departure frequency
Flaps are up,
124.5.
gears up. That was the first go around I've ever flown. This thing just completely lost it.
Air 429 is cleared to the Montgomery Airport via radar vectors Van Nuys and as filed. Climb maintain 3,000.
That was horrible. That was absolutely horrendous.
Departure 124.5.
The frame rate didn't help, but the, yeah. I had to take the auto thrust off
back correct.
because they
Expect
didn't
runway
build the
16
idle.
right. Call for taxi.
Understand 16 right, will advise. Air 429.
Friendly 805. Fly heading 270.
Oh my god.
Intercept the runway
I got
25
stuff to do. I
left.
don't
Local
have time to go around today.
270 intercept the 25 left local weather, friendly 805.
Alaska 290, runway heading 2000.
Alaska 290 SoCal approach. Squawk 4620.
4620, Alaska 290.
United 108 Los Angeles Center offline radar service terminated. Frequency change advisory approved.
United 10 to Unicom, thank you.
Alright, so we have to resequence this approach here. Push up all the way up to 25 miles final again. Alright.
Air 429 is ready, taxi.
After takeoff checklist.
After takeoff checklist. Engine bleeds.
KR 429 runway
PAX.
16 right,
Auto.
taxi
Landing
via
gear. Up and
Bravo,
off.
Charlie,
Flaps.
cross runway
Up,
16
no
left.
lines. After takeoff checklist completed.
KR 429, 16 right via Bravo, Charlie, we'll cross 16 left.
LA arrival, it's Air Canada 111, passing 2 for 5.
Alaska 290, turn left, heading 160, radar contact.
Left turn 160, Alaska 290.
Friendly 805, you're 2 miles from GG, maintain 2000 until established, cleared ILS 25 West Bridge.
That was a horrible go-around.
Maintain 2000 until established, cleared ILS 25 West.
I neglected to notice the fact that the auto thrust is off.
Air Canada 111, took a departure, radar contact. Climb, maintain 13,000.
Very frustrating sometimes to deal with.
13,000, Air Canada 111 heavy.
Cansport 3128 at Kobe, contact Los Angeles Tower 120.95.
Set Tower at Kobe,
get us back on here again.
Alaska 290, expected vectors, ILS, runway 25, left approach, climb and maintain 3,000.
Climb 3,000, plan another approach at 25 left here, Alaska 290. 3,000 feet, just a change.
26 on the most level lake is
speed.
at Bravo and parking.
3,000 feet.
Number 26 only hotel, straight ahead to parking, good day.
Thank you, goodbye.
Friendly 805, contact Los Angeles Tower 120.95.
Very unimpressed with that.
From the 805.
It was not, and this is where training and not knowing your aircraft really comes in too. When aircraft is buzzing at you and you don't even know the reason why, it's because there's no vertical mode selected after the go around.
Alaska 290, fly heading 070.
Heading 070, Alaska 290. So we got some ATC to help us out now. I'll have to cover my SA here. Speed up just for the downwind leg here. Yeah, well, exactly. That's it. Like when things really start to come apart, that was the exact demonstration of what I was talking about. When things really start to come apart, you just go back to first principles. Fly the airplane first.
Careful, 429 will need
get
a
the
run
airplane level. Get the auto thrust on.
So 429, Roger. Just let me know when you're ready.
Get the flaps up. You know, and I'm trying to figure out if the FS2 crew is going to help me. And most of the time, he didn't seem to want to help me too much. He did not seem to want to do the next thing. No thanks.
Okay.
I don't know what you wanted, but that's fine.
Air Canada 111, Los Angeles Center offline, radar service terminated, frequency change.
Go back out to Honda, which is like 20
Air
miles
Canada
away.
111 over to Unicom, thanks for being online, we'll see you again.
And do another approach.
Yeah. American 1469 at GG, contact Los Angeles Tower
especially things like go around, like
120.95.
when you're single pilot and you got tower barking at you as well.
And the mic was muted.
There's just way too
Tower
much going
GG, 1469.
You know, at least when you got another pilot to talk to the ATC, you can focus on flying the airplane. Trying to focus on flying the airplane when it's not going well and trying to talk to VATSIM ATC at the same time. Oh, single pilot is just, it's so much workload. It's way too much workload. Okay, so turn the taxi light off, so we're not long, clear to land, clear to go around. Yeah, that just did not work out well, but yeah, we were going to swear that bounce was entirely too high and we were going to skip right through the touchdown zone there, so that was just not going to happen there, unfortunately. Some days it's just the way it is, and you got to know when to call it. I wanted to recover it. There was part of me that said, "Oh, I could probably get this down the ground." It would not have been pretty. It would not have been pretty at all. It was a horrendous go around, though. I'm just very disappointed. All right, 240 on the downwind leg here. Get ourselves swung back around for another approach 25 left here momentarily. Start slowing down once we turn the base here. Oh well. Such is life. You continue on and live to fly another day, right? Another approach. Fuel's not an issue. We got 7.3. We got tons of fuel left still in the tanks. Just got to swing around and do this a little bit more. And I'm going to do what I've done before in the past, which is take the auto thrust off at 500 feet, because the auto thrust in the BNVG 737 is not reliable for some reason. Most of the time, it's usually reliable on ILS, but especially on RNAV approaches, it often does not pull the thrust to idle when you when you are getting to the flare. And if you don't have the auto thrust off, you can play with the thrust levers all you want. In reality, you just grab the real thrust levers and override the auto thrust, and the auto thrust will allow you to override it. But in the sim, you can't override it with the thrust lever. You have to turn the auto thrust switch off. So, yeah, annoying. shield again. Something I gotta do today, so it's really kind of
Los Angeles Tower, CAN 43128 at Kobe on the ILS 24 right.
CAN 43128, you're still with the bridge.
Sequence the flight plans, it should show us another. Oh, we haven't actually sequenced it here, so let's do Honda. Let's do 251 in, radial in. There we go. Now it's in there as the active leg. I need to practice my go around in this airplane if I'm going to be doing it on stream. Autopilot off at 500, or not autopilot, but auto thrust off at 500 feet this time. It added a whole ton of thrust and then it never brought it back. And that's the one thing, and that's one thing I don't like about aircraft that don't have a moving thrust levers. The auto thrust system is just like you lock the thrust levers in position and then the auto thrust just sort of does what it wants to do. Not being able to override it by just grabbing the thrust levers and moving them where they need to be when the system's doing something erroneous. Yeah, it's not very workable. There goes the FAF. Another 3-4 miles. We should get turned on base here. And then we'll start slowing down and figure once we turn on the base. Still got some ground contact out there. I'm still very annoyed at myself that around went as bad as it did. It's all good. Good crash, live to fight.
1,210 to 5,000.
Number 172, Sierra Papa, Soka departure, ready contact, I'm going to maintain 1,000.
I maintain 1,000.
Exactly. Yeah, not being able to. That's exactly it. It's like not being able to turn off cruise control in the car when you press the brake. It's like if you press the brake, it should go off. You should be able to override these systems. Absolutely. 600 anytime now. He's going to turn the brake. Turn.
Alaska 290, turn left, heading 340, descend and maintain 2,000.
Left turn 340, descend 2,000, Alaska 290. 340.
Number 172, Sierra Papa, turn left, direct, Seal Beach.
Level change.
Left, direct, Seal Beach, 172.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked.
Care 429 is ready for 16 right.
Flaps 1 set.
Care 429, fly heading 120, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading 12016 right, cleared for takeoff, Care 429.
Alaska 290, 7 miles from GG, turn left heading 270, maintain 2,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS, runway 25, left bridge.
270 for the intercept, 2,000 to establish on localizer, cleared the ILS 25.
Descent checklist. Pressurization. Landing altitude is 150 feet. Recall checked. Auto brake. Level 2. Landing data.
Cancel checklist.
Roger.
Flaps 5.
Speed checked.
Alright, we got MCP speed, altitude acquire, VOR low, glide slope.
Flaps 5 set.
hold.
Checked.
Second departure, November 222 Bravo Zulu at Sean Wayne, located with IFR in Montgomery, information gold. November 222 Bravo Zulu, SoCal approach, clearance Northwest number 1 standby. Care 429, ready to contact, climb and maintain 4,000.
Up to 4,000, Care 429.
Looks alive.
SoCal approach, American designer 77. Alaska 290, contact Los Angeles Tower 120.95.
120.95 for the tower, Alaska 290, good day. Gear down, flaps 15.
Speed checked, gear down.
Los Angeles Tower, LS.
Flaps 15, set.
Alaska 290, is that you calling in?
Los Angeles Tower, Alaska 290 on the ILS 25 left.
Alaska 290, traffic is at 777, departing on the runway now. Cautionary turbulence, wind 260 at 6, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25 left, clear to land, copy the traffic here. Alaska 290, got it. Flaps 30.
Speed checked. Laps 30%.
Glide slope.
Checked.
Landing checklist.
Good morning, LA
checklist.
Tower. This is Emirates 6 Mike Romeo Heavy, holding short Alpha 1.
Speed brake.
3 in air, 224 heavy contact, approach 124.5, thanks for the help.
Down.
Oh, sir, approach, good night, 224 heavy.
Flaps 30, green light.
Landing checklist.
Emirates 6 Mike Romeo, taxi runway 25 left via Alpha 1, Foxtrot.
Alright.
Taxi 25 left, Alpha 1, Foxtrot.
So
Correction.
135, I'm going to sink the thrust levers and kill the auto thrust at 500 feet. Yeah. Frame rate is not helping at all, you're absolutely right. Not helping at all, but we'll do what we gotta do here. Let this fly down a little lower this time because it became unstable when I was doing stuff, so.
Los Angeles Tower, good morning. Spark 371, we're short of Charlie 8, ready to taxi 25 right.
Spark 371, LA Tower, taxi to runway 25 right at Bravo 1 via Charlie 8, Bravo 1.
Much better job.
25 right, but Bravo 1 via Charlie 8, Bravo 1, Spark 371.
Approaching minimums.
Autopilot's off.
200 minimums.
Okay, yeah, I heard you the first time with the whining.
100.
A little high on the slope, but it's definitely a little bit.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Speed brake up. Reverse is normal.
Roger. Manual braking.
Water brake disarmed. $60
Alaska 290, beautiful landing, sir. Exit right when able.
Thank you, Alaska 290's off.
Alaska 290 Hotel Juliet, hold short 25 right.
Hotel Juliet, hold short 25 right, gate 157, Alaska 290.
Emirates 6 Mike Romeo Heavy, you ready to go?
Affirm, 6 Mike Romeo Heavy.
Emirates 6 Mike Romeo Heavy, RNAV Hyper, wind 260 at 6, runway 25 left at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Here.
Clear takeoff 25 left at Foxtrot, RNAV Hyper, Emirates 6 Mike Romeo Heavy.
JetBlue 1700, runway 25 right at Bravo 1, line up and wait, heavy departing on the parallel.
Line and wait, runway 25 right, JetBlue 1700.
Alright, here's Juliet, so we're going to hold short 25 right here, hold short. Alright, because I retracted the speed brakes, he's already done his whole thing. I just need to make sure lights are as they should be. Turn off the taxi since we're standing still. All those beacons, strobes off.
APU on the buses.
That was much better the second time around. Here, like you said, the frame rate does not help when you're trying to look around a little bit and it suddenly stutters a couple times. It definitely does not help with the judgments of when to play the airplane. But it really was, at the end of the day, it was the auto thrust that completely threw it off. It accelerated a whole bunch and then never came off. And so we were just floating right through the touchdown zone. That bounce was ridiculous when we got there. So, all right, anywho, we made it safely. Disappointed with my performance the first time around, but sometimes it's just the way it is. So what I'm going to do here is
Emirates 6 Mike Romeo, contact approach 124.5, so long.
Those Emirates.
24-5, Emirates 6 Mike Romeo Heavy, and have a good morning, Troy.
You too, sir. Alaska 290, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, traffic waiting in position, Bravo to the gates.
Cross 25 right at Juliet and Bravo to the gate, Alaska 290, thanks for the service. Exit traffic holding in position. Strobes light on. Strobes on. We would do it. I would ask the FO to do it. I look down the runway. He's holding in position. He's not rolling towards us. So that's an important thing. Oh, don't tell me Americans parked at my gate. Ah. Can I go this way or? This way. Right around 157. Not, I don't think he's at 157. I think he's a little past 157, so it's okay.
3 minutes.
Just frustrated that it did. You know, of all the days where like I really didn't have any extra time. Like I was kind of pushing it with the length of the stream already, and go up and of course there you go, do a go around and have to extend by an extra 15 minutes. So, anywho, we are gonna get to the gate, get offloaded, and have my previous.
Sorry, 371, we're short of 25 right, Bravo 1.
Airport 3 regionals that I find are almost impossible. 4 regions that I find are almost impossible, even unless you have a super good computer. Los Angeles, New York, Toronto, London.
Wind 260 at 6, caution wait turbulence 737 at 777, just departed the parallel. Runway 25 right at Bravo 1, clear for takeoff.
Can't even deal with them. Oh, look at the signs on this building.
25 right,
so
RNAV, Dr. Jeffrey 700.
Perfect.
Park 371 behind the departing traffic, runway 25 right at Bravo 1,
lights
line up
and
and
doors.
Check.
1.25 right behind departing traffic, Bravo 1, Park 371.
Cabin crew, disarm doors and cross-check.
Of course, there's a catering truck parked right in the middle of the bloody gate. I'm not changing the gate now. Get out of my way.
Checked.
Oh my god. Everyone look away for a second. Why is there a catering truck? Of all the gates, why is there a catering truck parked in this bloody gate? Oh, sometimes I hate all the vehicles at the airports. I don't think it's a GSX vehicle. I think it's a MSFS vehicle. Alright. Like it was never there.
JetBlue 1700, contact departure, have a good flight.
Order to departure, JetBlue 1700, good.
Tower for 1513, ready for push.
Their call sign one more time.
Park and brake set.
Spark 1513. Push and start approved. Push into the alley.
Push and start approved into the alley. Spark 1513.
Alley tower, Spark
2008, ready for push and start.
Spark 2008, hold your current position. Company traffic called for push first.
Is this bridge not moved, or what's the deal here? Shutdown checklist.
Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps. Off. Probe heat. Off. Hydraulic panel. Set. Flaps.
Up.
Park brake.
Set.
Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Weather radar.
Off. Off.
Off. Shutdown checklist completed.
All right, and we're done. And yeah, a little bit behind schedule, but thank you for sticking with me anyways, even after all that fun. Yeah, that go-around was abysmal. I was very disappointed. Not well practiced the go-around in this plane, and that FO did not help me out. So that does not help either. We got it done in the end. It was not great. It was not perfect, but we got it done. So that's the important thing. So yeah, we'll offload these people. We'll head up to the gate, clear customs, and submit our flight plan to the company here with our pilot's life report here, but it wasn't a great one. I probably did not get a good score thanks to that go-around, but so be it. Anyways, I have to go, guys. Thank you so much for watching the stream. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you learned something, and I hope you stick with me for the next one. Next up is, I believe, it's Los Angeles back up to Portland. Los Angeles back to Portland. Kind of a little bit repetitive here in the Alaska life, but not too bad. It's a good scenery up there, too. It's really beautiful up there, so I can't wait to do an approach in there, but not today. See you guys next time. I'm going to go now, but enjoy the rest of your day, and we will catch you all on the Advanced Network real soon. Take care.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25 right, Bravo.